Hey, what's up, bass players? Welcome to the Beginning Jazz Survival Guide for bass players, just like you. Now, if you've ever wanted to step into the world of jazz, but it's always felt overwhelming, or you felt intimidated, or you just didn't know where to start, this course is for you. Over the next few hours, we're going to break down everything that you need to know to start playing jazz with confidence. We're going to be covering everything from walking bass lines, the swing feel, common jazz progressions, must-know standards, improvisational concepts, chords, and a whole lot more. And the best part, the entire course, yes, the entire course, the full 4+ hours of it is completely free for you right here on YouTube. Now, jazz can feel like a completely different language if you're coming from rock or blues or other styles, and honestly, without the right guidance, it can take years, and I really mean it, years to figure out what's going on. But that is exactly why I put this course together, to fast track your understanding so you can start making music immediately. This isn't just about learning a few licks or memorizing some scales. It's really about giving you a rock solid foundation so that you can walk into any jazz jam session, lock in with the band, and feel confident knowing that you belong there. Now, listen up, this is really, really important. To get the most out of this course, I've put together an extensive workbook that goes along with every single lesson. Inside, you're going to find tab notation, detailed lesson notes, transcriptions and diagrams, backing tracks to practice with, essential reference materials, and so much more. Now, you can download it completely free right now using the link in the description down below. Seriously, it's super important to grab that resource and follow along as you're going through the lessons. Now, if you find yourself absolutely loving this course, I really think that you're going to love what's waiting for you inside the SBL Academy membership. Inside the Academy, we have got over 100 full courses designed to help bass players at every single level. If you're into jazz, we have got some absolute monster players teaching exclusive courses that go way beyond what we'll cover here. Check this out. We've got Michael League teaching soloing and improvisation concepts, 4 deep dive jazz standard courses with Gary Willis and myself, jazz standards for bass with Chris Mandoki, the jazz blues and bebop and beyond with Rufus Philpott, double bass artistry with Larry Grenadier, and mastering the swing feel, and a few other incredible courses with the one and only John Patitucci. Not to mention, we have weekly live seminars with legendary bass players, learning pathways to keep you progressing, and a worldwide community of bass players just like you. If you really are truly serious about taking your jazz playing further, you have to check it out. And the best part is you can grab a 14-day free trial right now. Just hit the link in the description down below and see for yourself, or just go to trysbl.com. All right, now that is enough for the intro. Let's get into it. Grab your bass, download that workbook down below, and let's start your jazz journey.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the Beginning Jazz Survival Guide, which is a full course that I've put together to show you how to go from zero to zero through to being able to understand how to turn up to a jazz gig and essentially take care of business. If I look back at my past, I was in a lot of sticky situations where I wished I'd had a course like this to give me the skills and the knowledge that I needed to be able to turn up to situations and create walking bass lines, understand what Latin rhythms I needed to know, understand how to create a solo if needed, all of those skills. And I didn't know how to do that, which is why I've put this course together for you guys. And I should also mention that if you're not truly into jazz, don't discount this course, because learning jazz is it's such an amazing learning tool. If you learn how to create walking bass lines, you are going to be able to navigate the neck so much easier, because it's going to give you the ability to use arpeggios and scales in musical situations. Okay, one of the things that I really try and nail everybody down on is, yes, it's important to learn scales, it's important to learn arpeggios and chord tones, but as well as that, it's important to use that stuff that you're learning in actual musical situations to create music. Okay, and this is what walking bass lines are fantastic for, okay? And really, if I look back at my past, learning walking bass lines is a huge, big key factor of how I learned to navigate the fingerboard like I do. In fact, I would say it is the most important factor because I was learning the arpeggios, I was learning the scales, but it was learning walking bass lines that really nailed that down and it started to make sense when I started studying walking bass lines. And also, walking bass lines can really help your soloing as well. If you take a simple walking bass line, okay, put it up 12 frets and speed it up a little bit, add a bit more swing. Okay, it creates a great solo line. So all of the information that you're going to be learning with walking bass lines is absolutely transferable to soloing and creating grooves. If I'm creating a groove, you know, creating grooves like that, where am I getting all that information from? What's the foundation of it all? Studying walking bass lines, studying jazz. So even if you're not into jazz, don't discount it, guys, because it can make a huge and will make a huge difference to your playing. And hopefully through this course, I'm going to reveal time and time and time again, and you're going to have light bulbs going off all the way through this course in how to actually apply this stuff to the fingerboard, okay? So let's get into the course. Okay, so before we get into actually applying this stuff to our bass and our fretboard and to music, I thought it'd be a great idea to just really encapsulate what you need to know before you turn up to a jazz gig or turn up to rehearsal with friends and start playing around, with jazz tunes, okay? The first thing that you're going to need to know is functional harmony, okay? Now that sounds super academic. Functional harmony, okay? Now, really, functional harmony, you'll have heard it being called theory before, but theory is so broad, okay? When you study theory in school, they're going to talk about, perfect cadences and compound time and, and all of these things that absolutely, it's great to know that stuff. But what functional harmony is a small section of the theory umbrella, okay? And this stuff is absolute rocket fuel for your bass playing and your musicianship. It's rocket fuel. Learning this stuff is going to transform you as a musician, okay? So functional harmony, what is it? Well, it's it's basically understanding what, for instance, a 2-5-1 is, or a 1-6-2-5, okay? That's two really common chord progressions, okay? And we're going to get into that in the lessons that are coming up. We're going to get into what is a 2-5-1, what is a 1-6-2-5-1, what do these numbers mean, okay? But knowing this stuff is going to be so good for your understanding as a bass player and a musician as well. So we're going to get into functional harmony, what it is, and then how to break it down into ways that you can apply to the bass, okay? Now, the next thing you're going to need to be able to do is walking bass lines. It's super important, okay? If you turn up to a jazz gig and you don't know how to play walking bass lines, you're in serious trouble, okay? So in this course, we're going to be looking at walking bass lines, okay, and how to construct them. I've got some really, really great tips and tricks to get you started really fast. And that is because I was in a situation where I got a professional gig in my early 20s. I started playing bass when I was around 18, 19. And when I was 21, I got a gig on a cruise ship, okay? And on that cruise ship, I had to do two jazz sets a night. I actually had to play 5 sets a night in total, which was around 5 hours a night. But 2 of those earlier sets were jazz sets, okay? So dinner dances and stuff like that. Playing jazz standards, right? And I didn't know how to create walking bass lines. And I was put in a situation where I needed to teach myself how to create walking bass lines in 0 time possible, okay? 0 time possible, or I was going to lose my job and get sent home. Okay, so that's how it works on a cruise ship. If you can't take care of business, they're going to fly you home and fly somebody else in. So I'm going to share exactly how I got my walking bass lines together and got up to speed, okay? The next thing you're going to need to know are Latin rhythms. Okay, Latin rhythms, because when you're in the situation of playing with a jazz band or you're rehearsing with friends, you're going to be able to you need to be able to know what a bossa nova is, because it is a really common rhythm that's played within jazz, and also samba as well. Luckily for you, they're connected, and so it's going to be easy for you to get going with these. But this is, again, something that you need to know. And rewind my life, something that on the gig I didn't know. Play a bossa nova. I was like, what the heck's a bossa nova? So hopefully with this course, we're going to stop you going through the same thing, okay? The next thing you're going to need to know is about soloing, because at some point, somebody is going to point at you, and we're going to talk about what happens when you play a jazz standard, because there is a very strict structure that is generally used, okay, and it's going to help you to, to know that, okay. But within that structure, there may come a point, probably come a point, where somebody says, hey, take a solo over the form. So you're going to need to know how to get started with soloing, okay. We're going to look into that. You're also going to need to know about the terminology people use. Okay, terminology such as 251s, 1625, such as, let's take it from the top, okay, such as you take the head, such as let's do a pedal for the intro. Stuff like that you might not have heard before. It's really easy, but if you haven't heard it, it's tough, it's hard. It's like if I said to you, what's the number of my house? Okay, it's not hard. I know it, you just don't know it, okay? So once I tell you it, it's number 31 by the way, once I've told you it, you understand it, and it's very much like that with terminology. So don't get freaked out about the terminology. It's simple to understand, it's just I'm going to need to take you through it so you understand it, and then you can memorize it and then use it on rehearsals and gigs and stuff like that. And then the last one I would say is intros and outros, okay? Intros and outros. Because it's one thing getting into the tune, playing the head and playing the solos, but you have to get into them, okay? And you've got to get out of them. And there's common intros and outros that people use, and it's something that's always forgotten about, okay? People concentrate all the time on walking bass lines, all their time on soloing, and completely forget about intros and outros. And it's really going to help you if you understand what the stock intros are. So if somebody says to you, hey, let's just play the last 16 or the last 8, you understand exactly what they're talking about and you can apply that straight away. Or for the end, let's just play the tag round and round. Okay, you need to know what that terminology is. And that's what we're going to be getting into this course. It's going to be, hopefully, a complete game changer for you. Okay, so let's look at functional harmony. Okay, what is it? Well, first of all, you've got to understand what's included within a major key, a key center. Okay, so if somebody says the key of C major, okay, there's 7 notes in that key. Okay, let's go through them. C major scale. Okay, pretty much everybody knows how to play that, right? C major scale. Now from every one of those notes, there is a chord built from it, okay? And this isn't just the C major scale, this is any major scale, okay? Any major scale, okay? You take any of those notes, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, di, di, di. Okay, I'll sing it backwards. La, di, da, 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 da. Okay, there's a chord built from every single one of those notes. Let's play them. Okay, sounds great, yeah? Let's write those out. In fact, let's first of all write just the notes of the C major scale, okay? C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Okay, so that's the 7 notes of the major scale. Now the chords I played there was in C major 7th, minor 7th, an E minor 7th, an F major 7th, 7th, a G dominant 7th, an A minor 7th, and a B minor 7th, flat 5. Okay? They're the 7 chords of the C major scale. Let's play them. C major. So if I play the C major scale up 1 string, for the A string for instance, okay, just a C major scale. Now I'm going to play the chords attached to them. C major, D minor, E minor, F major 7, G dominant 7, A minor 7, B minor 7 flat 5, and then C major 7. Okay, now let's give each of those chords a number. Okay. Chord 1, chord 2, chord 3, chord 4, chord 5, chord 6, and chord 7. Chord 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 within the C major key, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it's back to C major, okay? So, now you might be looking at this and I'm sure if you've heard terminology such as a 2-5-1, you're probably thinking, that's where the numbers come from, okay? So if I say to you, play a 2-5-1 in the key of C major, then you play a 2, D minor, to a 5, G dominant, to a 1. 2, 5, 1. Okay, great, okay? Now let's look at the root movement. Super simple. The D, upper string in the fret, well, upper string to the G, and then down, okay? 2, 5, 1. Now, here's the cool bit. So, before we get onto the cool bit, this is all the chords within the C major scale, okay? So if we say a 2-5-1, it's a 2-5-1. If we say a 1-6-2-5 chord progression, it's a 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay, it's a 1-6-2-5 chord progression, which will be a 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1. Now you might be thinking, okay, so I need to remember all of these chords and I need to think about the C major scale. Well, what happens if it changes key? Valid question, right? Does that mean I need to remember 7 more chords? And then we've got 12 keys. So I need to remember 12 keys and 7 chords within all of the keys, which means I need to remember 7 times 12, which is, never do math on camera. Okay, it's a lot of chords, right? So, and the answer is no, you don't need to remember them. Because we play a G, well, let me just get into this first. This is the cool bit I told you about, and then we're going to rewind, okay? Let's just get rid of all of those, okay? So, let's pick another completely different key. Let's pick the G major. Let's say we're playing in G major, okay? G. So here's the notes of the G major scale. G, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. Ooh. That's all the chords in the G major scale. Notice something there. All of these stay the same, just the notes changed. Okay? Chord 1 is always major. Chord 2 is always minor. Chord 3 is minor. Chord 4 is major 7, dominant 7, minor 7, minor 7, flat 5. That system there, major, major, minor, major, minor, minor, major, dominant, minor, minor 7, flat 5, that always stays the same. Okay? This is huge for us. It's huge because that means if you play a C major scale, okay, now play a G major scale. It's the same pattern, right? It's the same pattern, which means if I play a 2-5-1 in C major, okay, 2-5-1, and remember that pattern, okay, well then I find my G major scale, I can apply exactly the same pattern, 2-5-1. Okay, so I'm not thinking, I'm not memorizing all of the chords within all of the keys and my brain's exploding. I'm remembering the shape of the 2-5-1. Okay, what you do is you find the key center, in our case G major, and we apply a 2-5-1. It's the same shape as a C major, 2-5-1. Yeah? So we could do it in D major. 2-5-1 or 2-5-1. Remembering these shapes, 2-5-1 or 2-5-1, is huge. So make sure that you're memorizing the shape of the common chord sequences, the 2-5-1. A 1-6-2-5. Let's talk about that because that's a very common chord progression. Let's look at it in C major. 1, so which is the root note. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's C to A minor, to D minor, to G7, to C major. 1, 6, 2, 5, 1. Do it in G major. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. G, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1. The shape stays the same. Okay. The shapes stay the same, which is an absolute lifesaver for us. And think about it, if you're playing sax or piano or any of those other instruments, if you play a 2-5-1 in G, it's completely different fingering from if you play it in C or play it in B flat. Every single key has a different fingering. For us, it's the same. So it's really worth looking at memorizing fingerings for a 2-5-1. In C major, 2-5-1, okay, or 2-5-1, or 2, 5, 1. A 1, 6, 2, 5. 1, 6, 2, 5. Let's put in G. 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay. In G, one of my favourites is 1 to 6 to 2 to 5. Not even in G, in any key. That's one of my favourite patterns there. 1, which is down here on the E string in this case, to 6. So you put the 5th on and then up to the 6th, and then 2, 5. In C, it would be 1, 6, 2, 5. So look for them. Another really important one is the C. So 1, 6, 2, 5, which I always remember this as a box shape. It's like a little box. 1, 6, 2, 5. 1, 6, 2, 5. 1, 6, 2, 5. 1, 6, 2, 5, 1. So do some investigation on this, guys. Do something, it's worth it, okay? Memorize a few different patterns, investigate. I'm saying go and learn, okay? I can give you the stuff. I don't want to just give you on a plate because I want you to work for it as well, okay? If you don't work for it, if you've had any experience before, what you'll find is that if I show you a lick, you might remember it, okay? But if you actually transcribe a lick from somebody else and you do it and you sit there and work it out on your own, you remember it so much better. And this is why I want you to go and investigate these common patterns for 1, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1. Okay, I'm playing it all over, but if you're really careful and look carefully, 1, 6, 2, 5, I'm using that shape there, 1, 6, 2, 5. I'm using this shape, 1, 6, 2, 5. I'm using this shape, actually, is the same as this shape. Okay, so 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5. This shape, 1, 6, 2, 5. I use that a lot, 1, 6, 2, 5. And then this shape, 1, 6, 2, 5. So that's kind of like 4 shapes, I would say. 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay, four shapes there, okay, for the 1, 6, 2, 5. What you need to do is investigate it for yourself, check out those, move it through the different keys. G major, 1, 6, 2, 5. The box shape, 2, 5. That first one again. And then the 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay, that was just in the key of G. So memorizing those patterns is key because you can't be, you can't be using, unless you've got super brain power and you want to memorize all the chords within all the different key signatures, okay? I really recommend this because it is super, super powerful, okay? So that is the basis of functional harmony, okay? You get a key, it's got 7 chords in it, we give it a number, and then we learn the common chord progressions. So this is my bit that I want you to do. You want you to learn the common chord progressions. Start off with just a 2, 5, 1 and a 1, 6, 2, 5, okay? You could do a 1, 4, 3, 6. That's another one. 1, 4, 3, 6. Okay, 2, 5, 1. 1, 4, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1. Okay, 1, 4, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1. That's another common one, okay? And this is the great thing about jazz standards. What you'll see is the more jazz standards you learn, you see these progressions just happening again and again and again and again. Same progressions, 2, 5, 1, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1, 1, 4, 3, 6, 2, 5, 1. You see them happening over and over and over again. There's only 12 keys. There's 7 chords within each key, okay? There's not actually that much material that these composers had to use. So that's why we see the same progressions happening time and time again. So if you learn these patterns, these movements, then once you've learned I would say 5 to 10 standards. You've probably learned a sea of information that you're going to be able to use. Seriously, a sea of information. And you'll just see the same progressions cropping up time and time again. Okay. Now, in this course, what we're going to be doing is focusing on autumn leaves. Because one thing I've really learned over the years of practicing myself and working with students is that it's really beneficial to focus on one standard at a time. And rinse it for everything you can get from it, okay? Just work through it, everything you can get from it, okay? And that's what we're doing in this course, okay? So we're going to be talking autumn leaves throughout pretty much all of the course other than a few lessons, okay? And we're going to be looking at all the different things we can use on it, okay? Walking bass lines, bossa novas, sambas, the soloing, all the shenanigans, okay? So in the next lesson, we're going to talk about functional harmony over autumn leaves, okay, and how it applies to that, so you can use these common chord progressions just to get an idea of the root movement. And then from there, we're going to be going on to walking bass lines, and we're going to be applying our chord tones to create those walking bass lines. So let's get into the next lesson. Okay, in this lesson, we're going to be looking at, again, more functional harmony, but this time we're going to be looking at autumn leaves, which is what we're going to be using throughout this course, okay? We're going to be revisiting this chord progression time and time and time again, because as I said in the last lesson, it's really important, and it's something that I've learned throughout my years of practicing and working with students, is that we focus on one standard to start with and rinse it for everything it's got, and then move on to different standards instead of just jumping around, okay? What you want to do is really get laser focused on one standard, and then once you can do that, then move on to the next standard. Then you're getting the most bang for your buck, essentially, okay? So this is autumn leaves. If this freaks you out, don't worry about it, okay? I'm going to talk you through it. First of all, I'm going to play around the sequence itself, okay? And I should say that this is in the key of B flat major, okay? B flat major. Let's play a B flat major scale. That's the B flat major scale. And just as I spoke about in the last lesson, same thing applies, okay? If we take a B flat major scale and apply all the chords are the same, okay? B flat major, chord 2 is a minor, C minor, to D minor for chord 3, E flat major for chord 4. You see these little things that are cropping out? Okay, B flat major, C minor, to D minor, to E flat major, okay, for chord 4, chord 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, chord 5, F7, oh, we've got an F7. F7 to G minor, chord 6, chord 7, A minor 7 flat 5, hey ho, and then back to B flat major, okay? Now there are some chords you'll be thinking, oh, what about that chord? Okay, what about that chord? We're going to get onto that, okay? What about this G7 here? What does that mean? Okay, so we are going to cover that when I go through this. But this is, the entire piece is generally in B flat major, with a few exceptions of chords that are there for a certain function, okay? So I'm just going to play the chords so you can hear it if you haven't heard Autumn Leaves. Now I do recommend that you go and check out, Autumn Leaves, some guys playing it. There's a great version with Miles Davis playing with Freddie Hubbard. Is it with Freddie Hubbard? Or is it with Cannonball Adderley? Maybe Cannonball. Miles Davis anyway. But Autumn Leaves, Miles Davis. Listen to that because it's really, really great. Great intro as well. And we'll be talking about intros later in the course. But let me just play the chords once through just so you get a vibe of the actual chord progression. And as I go round here, we've got a repeat, okay? Here to here. So we're going to go across these 4 bars, first 8 bars, then repeat back to the top, then again, play them again, and then down through the piece to the end. And then we've got a repeat here, which means we go back to the top, but that's where I'm going to stop, okay? So this is just so you get an idea of what the piece sounds like. 1, 2, 3, 4. B flat to the E flat. A minor 7 flat 5 to the D7. To the G minor 7. to the G7, to the C minor, to the F7, B flat major 7, to the E flat, to the A minor 7 flat 5, to the G minor. Now here, to the G minor, to the G7, to the C minor 7, F7, to the B flat major 7, to the E flat major 7, A minor 7, to the D7, to the bottom line, and there we're right back at the top. Okay, so if we think about the B flat major, the key, okay, let's first of all get rid of the low hanging fruit, okay? So in your mind, think B flat major scale, okay? B flat major, C minor, D minor, E flat major, F dominant 7, G minor, A minor 7 flat 5, B, okay? B flat. So let's add our chords in. So that's chord 2, chord 5, chord 1, chord 4. Okay? What did we talk about in the last lesson? We talked about common chord sequences, how important they are. 2, 5, 1. That's one of them, okay? 2, 5, 1, 4. Okay? Now I'm going to miss this line out. We're going to come back to it because it's a sneaky one. Okay? Again, here we've got the same line. 2, 5, 1, 4. 2, 5, 1, 4. Where else have we got it? That's it. There's a 4 here. And then we've got G minor, okay? Which we could put chord 6, but let's wait a minute, okay? Because if you look at Autumn Leaves, it is in the key of B flat major, okay? It is in the key of B flat major. Now, question to you, what's the relative minor of B flat major? Okay, the relative minor is chord 6 of the major key, okay? So let's take a B flat major and count up 6 degrees of the scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So G minor, okay? So we've got the sections that are in B flat major. Even though it's all in B flat major, we could put chord 6 here, but really this is in G minor as well. So this is a great piece because it kind of floats around the 2 keys, even though they're the same key, the relative major, the relative minor. So we're going to mark the chord 6 as chord 1 as well, okay? G minor, chord 1. This is a tricky one, but you know, we'll get back to that. Chord 1 down here. Menu of the G minor, chord 1. Okay. Now an A minor 7 flat 5 to a D7 to a G minor. If this is chord 1, now I'm going to give you a bit of information that rocked my world. Okay, seriously. A minor chord followed by a dominant chord, okay, minor chord followed by a dominant chord, in general can be looked at as a 2-5, okay? A minor chord, even though it's a minor 7 flat 5, a minor chord followed by a dominant chord is generally a 2-5. A minor chord followed by a dominant chord in this situation is absolutely the 2-5 of B flat major 7, right? But this minor chord here followed by a dominant chord to the G minor. Let's look at the root movement, okay? Let's look at the root movement. Let's look at the root movement of this first of all, okay? B flat major, 2, 5, 1. That's the root movement. Remember I said it's really important to memorize the patterns. 2, 5, 1, do, dee, do. Now let's look at this. A, D, G. 2, 5, 1. 2, 5, 1. Get it? That here, what's happening is, that is a minor 2-5-1. So there's a major 2-5-1 and there's a minor 2-5-1. 2, 5, 1. 2-5-1 in B flat major to the 4, and then a 2-5-1 to the minor, the relative minor, okay? And then that G7 here is actually optional, and all it's doing is creating a subdominant that brings us back to that C minor, a 5-1, this movement. If you listen to these 8 bars, you'll hear that G7 at the end, the optional G7, just gives you a little bit more tension. It brings in that bit more tension, and that's because it's 5 moving to a 1. 5, 1. Even though that's a 2, it's just inserting this, and it's a common jazz trick to do that, okay? So again, 2, 5, 1 in the key of B flat to a 4 in the key of B flat. And then we've got, even though that this is, I could have put 7 there, right? I could have put chord 7, but then it's got that D7, which isn't in B flat major. It's not in B flat major, okay, to a G minor. Because of my experience, I know that a minor chord followed by a dominant chord, moving to a chord, what is a 2-5-1? So memorize that, guys. Minor chord followed by a dominant chord, moving to a major. You can think of that as a major 2-5-1, and then a minor chord followed by a dominant chord to a minor with that root movement is a minor 2-5-1. So there's a major 2-5-1, a minor 2-5-1. Major 2-5-1, minor 2-5-1. That is why Autumn Leaves is so great to start with, because it's covering a lot of ground. You're learning about the major 2-5-1, you're learning about the minor 2-5-1 as well, okay? Minor 2-5-1, it's this sound. Okay, again. Sounds really natural when you hear it. All I'm doing is giving it a name. Okay, so don't get freaked out by all this. I'm just giving it a name. Again, major 2-5-1 into the B flat major, which is the main key, to chord 4, and then a minor 2-5-1 to the G minor, and then an optional G7 on the end. Now it's worth noting that that G7 there, if it was going to, on the second time round, these first 8 bars, you're not going to play that generally because it's moving to the A minor 7 flat 5. So in here it's going 5, 1, 5, 1, giving you that movement. Okay, but here, just sounds weird. Okay, it wouldn't work. It works because of that root movement. G, C, boo, da, moves down a 4th, or up a 4th. Boo, da. Okay, so now let's look at this. Now, a minor chord followed by a dominant chord followed by a 1, 2, 5, 1. We've got that optional G7, which in this case I would use because it's 5, 1 to the 2, 5, 1, 4. Again, 2, 5. Now this could be 1, right? It could be 1. And it is a 1 because of the, 2, 5, 1. But what's the C minor in the key of B flat major? Yep, it's a chord 2. What's the F minor in the chord of the key of B flat? Here we've got a 1, so a G minor. Oh, I'll play up here. To the C minor, to the F minor. Oh. And the C minor here is the 2. So we've got a G minor, which could be 1 or a 6, moving to a 2. Okay. Now something really interesting happens here. Okay. Now, F minor, is that in the key of B flat major? Okay. B flat major. That's normally a dominant. But in this case, it's an F minor. Now, what did I say to look out for? What did I say would rock your world, or rocked my world? Look for a minor 7, followed by a dominant 7, followed by a major 7, okay? Or a minor 7, followed by a dominant chord, followed to the G minor, followed to a minor chord. So look for those major 2-5-1s, okay? A minor 7 followed by a dominant chord, okay? Minor 7, dominant, moving to either a major or a minor. Look, that's what you're looking for because it shows you where the 2-5-1s are, and looking for that root movement, okay? What have we got here? A minor chord, moving to a dominant chord, moving to a major chord. So even though that's chord 4, this is acting as a 2, 5, and let's get rid of that 4. So it's actually going into E flat major here, 1. And then what have we got? Minor 7 followed by a dominant, followed by minor 7 flat 5 followed by a dominant, so we've got 2. A minor 2-5-1 followed by 5 by 1. And then you've got that, again, optional G7, taking you back to the top. So look, like functional harmony-wise, that's what's going on within Autumn Leaves, okay? You've got a 2-5-1, 4, minor 2-5-1, subdominant, bringing us back to the top, 2-5-1, 4, and then a minor 2-5-1, minor 2-5-1, then again, minor 2-5-1, optional dominant, bringing us back to the C minor, 2-5-1, 4, 2-5, this could be a 6 and a 2 or a 1 and a 2, depending, I'd probably think of that as probably a 1, 1, 2, 2-5-1 in the key of E flat, okay, and then a minor 2-5-1 into the relative minor there, okay, and then back to the top. Okay, that's how important understanding the 2-5-1s and the 1-6-2-5s and all of that stuff is, because it just comes up over and over again. 2-5-1, 4, 2-5-1, subdominant, 2-5-1, 4, 2-5-1, 2-5-1, subdominant, 2-5-1, 2-5, 2-5-1, 1, 2-5-1. Okay, it's really important. And as I said, when we memorize the root movement, what will happen as you go through this course is, I'm going to say this time and time again, you need to have stock vocabulary, walking bass line vocabulary that you can plug in to these common chordal movements, okay? So when you see a 2-5-1, even though I'm going to take you right from the start and show you bit by bit how you create a walking bass line, ultimately, when I look at that, when I look at a 2-5-1, I think, oh, okay. Okay, or okay, same with soloing. 2-5-1. Okay, I've got stock vocabulary that I use on these common chord sequences. They're not licks, okay, where I've learned a exact particular rhythm for that lick. I would say vocabulary can be looked at as it is a lick, but you can change the rhythm of it. You can change the dynamics of it. You can change the order that you play it in. Instead of going, you could, it's harmonic ideas that are there at the drop of a hat without you having to think, oh, C, D, E, or minor third root, that. Okay, so even though I'm going to take you right from the start and build these walking bass lines through Autumn Leaves, ultimately you want to be memorizing the vocabulary over these common chord sequences. 2-5-1, minor 2-5-1, minor 2-5-1, major 2-5-1, minor 2-5, 2-5 major, minor 2-5-1. Okay, you want to have, I would aim for about 4 stock lines that you can play over 2-5-1. That's a great, great starting place. Okay, and I've got a lot of them, but I've been doing this for a lot of years, okay? And what you'll find is that when you get these stock lines together, the aim of it is to give you something you can just use at the drop of a hat. But when you get really good at it, you can use that idea as a starting point and then mold into another one and then mold into another one, and it just becomes this fluid movement through the piece, either soloing, comping, or walking bass lines. Okay, so you're not playing these stock lines over and over and over again the same. You are to start with, but ultimately they'll become so fluid you can start with one and then move into the other and then move and just be fluid within them. So it's a really, really great thing to bear in mind that you're looking to build that vocabulary, okay? It's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a really big deal, okay? Hopefully this lesson gave you something to think about. And what I would say is when you're looking at doing, like playing other standards, okay? When you're thinking about playing other standards, you should be doing this. This is called harmonic analysis, really. Even though we've been looking at it and we've titled it Functional Harmony over Autumn Leaves, this is harmonic analysis, breaking this stuff down. And when you look at a new standard, or even a new, it doesn't have to be a jazz standard, it could be a song that your friend wrote or a pop song, you should be thinking to yourself, what key is it in? Okay, well, I'm looking for common chord progressions. That's chord 1, moving to a chord 6, moving to a chord 3. Okay, so then 3 goes to, you need to be looking at that stuff, because then you can actually look at a piece of music, just the chords, and you can hear in your head how it sounds without touching the bass. And that is such a great place to be. That's where I am now. I can open, a real book. We'll get into real books. Open a jazz standard, look at a jazz standard, and if I've not heard it before, as long as it's got, common chord sequences in there, I can think, okay, 2, 5, 1, 4, 3, 2. I can understand and I can hear what it's going to sound like before I actually play it. And that's a key thing as well to get into. That's what our aim is, okay? You're not going to be there in a couple of months, but that's our aim, to be able to look at a piece of music. I'm not talking about notation, I'm talking about chords. Look at a piece of music and think, okay, so chord 3 to 2 to 5 to 1 to 4, and understand what it's going to sound like before you actually play it, because it's a bad place to be if you're playing it and it's revealing itself to you as you go along, okay? Because sometimes you turn up to a jazz gig and somebody shoves a chart in front of you and it's like, let's go. I want to know what that sounds like really before I start, which is where all of this comes into place, okay? So let's get on with the next lesson. Okay, so before we get into full-on walking bass, what I think is important to cover is the 2 feel. And the 2 feel it's kind of in the title. When you're walking, you're playing 4 notes a bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, 2 feel, you're playing 2 notes a bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're playing 2 notes. You can play an expanded 2 feel that we'll get into, okay? But let's just start with the 2 feel. Now, just to give you an idea of what it's going to sound like, we're going to use it on a backing track. And guys, with this course, you have got a ton of backing tracks, okay? You've got Autumn Leaves, the full Autumn Leaves, in multiple speeds, okay? So if you want to try it out, hopefully you do want to try it out, remember to download the backing tracks that are available with this course, okay? So what we'll do is now we're going to listen to me playing a 2 feel over Autumn Leaves, okay? The entire piece, okay? And then I'm going to break it down and show you how you can get this into your own playing. So let's look at the track. Go. To the G minor. To the C minor. To the F7. Simple to a bar. To the D7, to the G minor, to the C minor, to the F7, to the B flat major, to the E flat major, to the A minor 7 flat 5, to the D7, to the G minor, A minor 7 flat 5, D7, to the G minor, to the C minor, F7, to the B flat major 7, E flat major 7, A minor 7 flat 5, to the D7, to the G minor, to the C, to the F minor, to the B flat, to the E flat, to the A minor 7 flat 5, to the D7, to the G. Okay, so now you've heard the two fill, you can see or hear how effective it can be. It's really, really great. Just gives that real laid back vibe. And it's a lot of people use that at the start of a tune, and then after maybe they've played the head once or twice, then they'll go into that, the normal walking bass vibes, right? But let's look at the two feel. First of all, you're going to need to know where the roots are. So let's focus on the first 5 frets for now, okay? Where are the roots? C. Where are the Fs? Where are the B flats? The E flats? There's just one. The As? The Ds? There's just one. And the Gs? There's 3. Okay, this is your time to investigate. Okay, I'm showing you, but I want you to go and check this out on your own as well. I'm just looking if there's anything else that we need to cover, any other notes in there that I haven't. There's an F. There's 2 Fs. There's an F there. I think that's it. So that's all the notes that you're going to use throughout the entire, for root notes. Okay, now let's look at the fifths. Okay, so when you play, say for instance, a C minor, the root is here. There is at least 1 F available. I mean 1/5 available, 1 F. 1/5 available. So there's the root. There's the fifth. Da da. You'll probably know it from do da dee da do da dee da do da dee dee do. It's the Star Wars, please. It's the jazz, please. So find the fifths, okay? You can think about it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but just remember that pattern. Pattern's at key. Root 5, root 5. Okay, if we look at the F. Root 5, root 5. The B flat, root 5. The E flat, root 5. The A minor 7, flat 5. Okay, flat 5, that means it's not a natural fifth. Ooh, da. It's a flat 5. Do, da. Flat 5. Remember that pattern, that shape? Okay, then a D7. Root 5, root 5. Okay, and then a G minor. Root 5. Okay, so we've remembered that pattern. Okay, root 5. So let's just go through these chords doing that. C, F, B flat, E flat, A, D, G, G. I actually snuck out of the 5th fret there, above the 5 frets there. Now obviously you can use this up and down. I do recommend doing that, obviously. What I'm saying right now is, let's just concentrate on the first 5 frets just to get you into it, okay? Just to get you into it so you really start discovering all of the options that are available down here. Okay, now, this sounds weird, but there is another 5th available. Okay, there's another 5th available a lot of the time. Root 5, well that 5th there is also available down here. So we've got root 5, root 5. Now let's play all of these and try and find a 5th that's lower. Root 5, root 5, root 5, root 5, root 5, root 5, or root 5, root 5, root 5. Okay, so we've got all the roots available, and for a lot of the time we've got 2 5ths available, one above and one below. And I could create a great 2 feel just with that. No thirds needed, okay? This is going to sound great. That was just roots and 5ths, okay? So it's worth putting in the time to get those roots and 5ths down, okay? So you can utilize them as much as I just did. That was just the first 5 frets. Obviously, you can go through the rest of it as well. The only thing to point out to you guys is here, where we've got 2 chords per bar on here and here, you can just play the roots. F, B flat, okay? So G, C, F, B flat, E flat, 5th, A, D, G. Okay, so let's take it from here. Root 5, D, 5, root 5, D, 5, G, C, F, B flat, root 5, root, root, root 5, root 5. Okay, so when you see it doubled up like this, 2 chords per bar, you can just play the roots. Alternatively, you could play root 5, root 5, root 5, root 5, and it'll give it a bit more of a walking bass line feel around these bars where you get 2 chords in 1 bar. It sounds like this. From here, okay, from the A minor 7 flat 5. Root 5, 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 root 5. Again, without me talking over it. We'll get there in a bit. Okay, so we've done roots. We've done roots and 5ths. Okay, now let's look at roots and thirds. So, root and third, okay? Root, so we've got a C minor. That minor means it's a flat 3. So when you get a minor, C, little m, and a 7, C minor. So instead of root, third, do-da, it's root, third, do-da, a flat 3, okay? Remember that shape. Remember I say shapes are everything. Remember that third. There's one there as well, but that's out of the 5 frets. Okay, so root third. On the F, root third, root third. That's a dominant 7, which is a major chord. Okay, major 7, root third, B flat, major 7, root third, major third, E flat major 7, root third, A minor 7 flat 5. It's a minor chord, it's got a flat 3, root third, dominant chord, root third, and a G minor, root third, third. Okay, so let's just play around this first 8 bars just using the roots and thirds. We're going to play root, third, okay, so root, third, 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 root, third. There, I use that subdominant to bring it back to the top. Again, root. So when I was doing that, I was playing the thirds above. But just like we did with the fifths, there's often a third below as well. Super cool, okay? Let's look at some common ones. If I played this C here, root, third, root for the F, third. Okay, root, third, root, third. The B flat, root, third, E flat, root, third. Okay, normally you play root, third, but you've got root, third. So remember these shapes. Again. Okay. Root third, root, 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 third. Okay, so let me take you through that again. We've got root, third, and then for the F we've got root, and then the third, the lower third is there, or open. Then the B flat, root, third, same shape, right? F, and the third, B flat and the third. Remember, shapes everything. B flat and the third, E flat, same shape, E flat and the third. A, it's not the major third, it's the minor third, root, third. Remember that shape. Root, third, root, third, root, third, root, third, or root, third, but that's stepping out of that first 5 frets. Okay. Now, I recommend you do is play all the way through. First, root, third above, and then root, third below. You can mix and match it if you want, or you can be really, really strict with yourself, okay? But you can, again, get a great 2 feel just with roots and thirds. So it's like this. 1, 2, up, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, root, third, 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 root. All I'm doing is just doing a chromatic run of 3 notes into the major third. Works really well on major type chords. That, okay, so root, third, root, third. Okay, again, I'm stepping out of that that 5 fret block that I've told us that we should stay within, okay? So really do try and stay within that first 5 frets. You know, obviously if you grab some notes out of that, don't worry about it, but just try and keep in that area. And then once obviously you've done that, then it's time to move here and root, third, 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 root, third. Okay, it's super cool. It's just such a good exercise, okay? And it'll really help you start learning your fingerboard. Again, at the beginning of this course, I was like, this is how you're going to learn your fingerboard. Hopefully that is revealing itself to you now. Another great exercise from doing root third and root fifths is actually mixing them. So root, fifth, root, third, 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 root. Okay, that was just around that first 8 bars again. Another great exercise, okay, I'm nailing it with it now, is inverting the last bit in every other bar. Root, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, third, root. Let's learn our fingerboard. Boom. Root, fifth, third, root, 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 root, fifth, third, root. And then you can go through the entire thing. And again, when you get to these bits here, you can just play roots, or you can double up. Root, fifth, you could play root, root, third, root, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, third, root. Any of them combinations are going to work. So that would sound like root, third, third, root, root. I mean root, fifth, root, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, root, fifth, third, root. I feel like a rapper. Third, third, third. It's going to sound like this from here, okay? Okay, root, fifth, and again, you could play root, root, fifth, third, root, root. Okay, you can do all different types of combinations, and I absolutely recommend that you should run with it. You could do, you know, root, third, fifth, root, just all these different combinations. Get this stuff and run with it, okay? It's going to help you learn your fingerboards so much better, okay? And the cool thing is that you're learning your arpeggios, but in a musical way. Instead of just, one of the common things that you'll hear bass players do is they get stuck into this, okay, root, third, fifth, 7, okay? And they'll just use that over and over again, and they'll think about it in that way. Instead of thinking root, fifth, third, root, you know, different combinations. If you sat down at a piano player doesn't always play root, third, fifth, root, third, fifth, 7. He might play root, third, fifth, 7, and stuff like that. So it's breaking us free from that root upwards thought process that we're all stuck in as bass players, because we're so used to playing the. You're so used to playing those roots all the time, okay? These exercises break us free from that, okay? So get used to playing that 2 feel, just around this sequence, over and over and over again, and use the exercises that I've told you in this lesson. It will have a huge effect on your bass playing, and it'll reveal what you need to work on. That's the key thing. It'll reveal what you need to work on. Can you do it in this area of the neck? Can you do it in this area of the neck? Can you do it in this area of the neck? And you're focusing it on all on one standard. And you're focusing on 2-5-1, 2-5-1. You're learning this all over common chord progressions, which means when you take it to other tunes with common chord progressions that use 2-5-1s, you're going to be able to insert that knowledge straight away on the bass. It's cool stuff. Okay, so you might not be aware of it yet, but right now, if you've been working on the lessons up until this point and nailed it down, you actually have the information and skills you already need to create walking bass lines, okay? Again, I'm just going to say that, because you might think a walking bass line is just this. Okay? It doesn't have to be like that. You can create a great walking bass line actually just using roots, thirds and fifths, which we're going to get into in this lesson. Now, yes, you can expand on it, and yes, you should expand on it, but what we're doing here is building on each skill at a time, okay? So we're making sure that the foundational elements of what we've got and understanding of, using this stuff on the fingerboard is nailed down, because it's one thing to understand that, yeah, you can create a great walking bass line using roots, thirds and fifths. It's a completely other skill to actually do it, right? So to start off with, I just want to talk a little bit about getting the walking bass tone, and then we're going to go into just getting a feel for how that feels, that 4 beats in a bar, okay? So when you're getting the walking bass tone, what I like to do is play around the neck area here, okay? Now you could... It's going to give you a harder sound, but if you're going for that mellow jazz sound, it's going to be here. Even the late Victor Bailey, fantastic bass player, used to play his walking lines and have his hand around the 15th fret. Just to get that mellow tone. Another thing you can do is use one finger at this tempo. If it was, I'd probably use 2, but it's you can use one finger, because on an upright bass, that's what's going to happen. You don't have to, but it's just something to experiment with. I use 2 most of the time, but I definitely sometimes I do use 1 just to really get that. And all I'm doing there to get that tone is using these hands here, these fingers, and laying it on the strings. I'm not pushing down, I'm just laying the fingers on the strings. It's been held down with my index finger. And you can get a similar effect as well by palm muting. Where you're just getting the palm and putting that across just the first part of the strings. Not too much, because then it's... But just you're putting that palm there and then bring it over. Just gives that thud. Okay, so there's a few different just tonal tips. Again, with walking bass as well, it's really important to understand that each note should really flow into the next note. There should be no daylight in between the notes. It shouldn't be... it to be. Okay, all those notes should flow one to the other, so just bear that in mind. Now let's talk about just getting that 4 feel down, okay? And let's do it to start with, I know this sounds weird, just roots. And we're going to do it just roots to start with. You generally wouldn't ever do this on a gig, but I just want you to use roots to start with to get used to the feel of how it feels to play 4. So instead of just having to worry about roots, thirds and fifths and all those shenanigans, just roots. Okay, now let's hear that with a track so you can get a vibe for it, and then we're going to be looking at using roots and fifths, and I'm going to demonstrate, if you've been working on the last lessons, okay, and you've got that up to scratch, how you already have the information to create great walking bass lines. And then the next lesson we're going to develop those ideas and add in chromatic notes. So let's hear Autumn Leaves, just roots in the first 5 frets, okay? So I'm just really getting used to the feel. Ooh, that should have been the first 5 frets. Listen to the drums. Listen to the hi-hat on the 2 and 4. Hear that hi-hat? And making sure each note flows into the next one. Okay, so there, I was just really concentrating on just getting the feel right. I'm not worrying about thirds, fifths, sevenths, chromatic notes. I'm just getting the notes right and the feel right and the tone as well. Over there, I was actually using a lot of that left-hand muting. Listening to the drums. A great exercise as well while you're doing this is to keep your foot tapping on 2 and 4. 1, 2, foot's on 2 and 4. Say the notes as you play them. Make sure you know where they are. E flat, A, D, G, G, C minor, B flat, E flat, A, D, G. Okay, and go through the piece and just get used to playing 4 bar, just roots, just to feel how it feels. Feel how it feels, okay? Now, as I said at the beginning of this lesson, you guys now already have the information that you need to create a great walking bass line. You might not feel that, but you do, okay, you do. And it's worth mentioning that when you're playing with people, they want you to outline the chords, okay, in a really nice way. They're not listening for all these chromatic notes. It's great, we're going to learn how to do that, but it's not something that is absolutely needed all of the time. I can remember having a guitar lesson with somebody, an improvisation lesson. He was a guitar player, I was a bass player, okay? He was teaching me improvisation. We played around a tune and he was like, it's great, but he said, just like back it off. He said, just stay within your limits sometimes. because you don't want to get too close to the edge of the cliff and then fall off and then ruin it, get lost, play wrong notes, okay? It's worth staying within your parameters that you're comfortable within, because you want to be doing a great job. You want to be outlining the chords, and you can absolutely do that using roots, thirds and fifths without any chromatic notes to start with, okay? And it's going to give you a great walking bass line. So I'm going to give you 2 examples now, okay? The first example will just be roots and fifths. Just roots and fifths. And what you're going to be able to hear is that I can create a great walking bass line that I could absolutely turn up to a gig and play, and they are going to be happy, okay? I wouldn't want to do it through the entire gig, okay? I'm not saying do that. What I'm trying to get you to understand here is that you've got the information that you need as a foundational lift-off point of what we're aiming for, okay? So what I'm going to do is, for the example 1, I'm going to play just roots and fifths. And when I say example 1, I want you to do this as well. I want you to create a walking bass line using roots and fifths. I want you to sit there and work it out to start with. Memorize it. Learn the same line over and over if you have to, okay? Then we're going to start improvising with it, okay? A really great bass player called Zoltan Dekany, who teaches for the Academy at Scott's Bass Lessons, once said to me, if you can't pre-compose something, you're never going to be able to improvise it. So what I'd recommend for you guys is listen to me doing this roots and fifths, okay? And then sit there and work out your own walking bass line round this sequence, just roots and fifths, okay? So let's listen to just roots and fifths around this sequence, and what you'll hear is you can create great walking bass lines, okay? Yes, we're going to move on from this, but it's going to be a great starting point for us. Okay, so that was just roots and fifths. Yeah, it's limiting, but it's really making you work for it. It's really making you cover the ground. Just roots and fifths. It's the feel. I'm going for the feel. Feels great. I'm trying to make it feel great. I'm locking in with the drums. Listen to that ride cymbal. Okay, now we've done that. Now I want to expand that by giving us a little bit more leg room and using roots and thirds. Okay, so roots and thirds. Obviously, we've got the C minor. We've got the F7, B flat major, E flat, A minor 7. Oops, actually, did I use? No, that's fine. I thought I'd use sevenths in there, but we're not using those yet. To the G minor. Okay, so I'm not even using any sevenths now. So what you're going to hear me now do is a walking bass line around Autumn Leaves using roots, thirds, and fifths only. Okay, just roots, thirds, and fifths. Again, you're going to hear that you can create a nice walking bass line out of just roots, thirds, and fifths. We're getting the most out of the information that we're learning. Okay, and as I did with the last exercise, what I do recommend is that you take these ideas, sit down and pre-compose a walking bass line around this sequence, and then learn how to play it so you understand and get to feel how it feels walking using just roots, thirds, and fifths. And then you can start to try and improvise those lines as well. So right now, let's have a listen to me playing around the autumn leaf sequence, roots, thirds and fifths only. Let's do it. Note in there. Okay, so there you can hear that you can create a great walking bass line just with roots and fifths, roots, thirds and fifths, okay? It's limiting, absolutely, but what we're doing here is that we're learning to, use the information that we've got so far. Let's rewind a little bit and talk about the walking bass lines that I was creating there. You'll notice that I didn't do this. It's not that. Okay, it's not that. You can play any of the notes in any combination, they're going to sound great. What I would say is, generally to start with, have the root on beat 1. And then as you move away from that, you can absolutely have the third on beat 1 instead. So let me just come up with a line for you here. So it could be, so let's look at the first 4 bars, okay? Root, minor third. So I'm just going up the triad actually. Root, minor. If we wanted to keep it with the first 5 frets, root, third, fifth, root, root, third, fifth, root, root, third, fifth, root, root, third, fifth, root. Okay? That's going to sound like this. That's the first 4 bars, okay? But what we could do is, at some points, we could play the third on the first beat of the bar and displace the root and play that later in the bar, okay? So for instance, root, third, fifth, root, third, root, third, fifth. I'm going to do that again. Just these 2 bars here. Root, third, fifth, root, third, root, third, fifth. Over that F. Okay, root, third, fifth, root, third, root, third, fifth, root, third, fifth, root, third, fifth, root, third. So over that E flat, third, fifth, root, third. How do we know the third's down there? Because we've done the lessons before. We know we've memorized that pattern. That major third below. Remember that the thirds are often below as well. It's going to take you a little bit of time to get this down. It's absolutely worth it. Root, third, fifth, root, third, root, third, fifth, root, third, fifth, root, third, fifth, root, third, root, root, fifth, fifth, third, root, third, fifth, root, root, third, fifth, third, root, root, fifth, fifth, third, fifth, root, third, root. Okay? Okay. hopefully this is giving you a completely different way of looking at harmony and using arpeggios, okay? Because what we haven't done is, up until this point, I've never said root, third, fifth. I've never said learn a triad. I've never said learn a triad. What we've been doing is learning that stuff subliminally in the background. We've been using the roots and we've got used to it around this sequence. Then we've got used to using roots and fifths around this sequence. Then we've got used to using roots and thirds around this sequence. Now we're looking at using what the roots, thirds and fifths to create walking bass lines. What are we actually doing? We're using triads to create walking bass lines. But if I'd sat, I was going to say if I'd sat you down, if I was talking to you and we'd started off this entire process and I'd said, learn a C minor triad, F dominant triad, B flat major, you'd have been thinking about it differently. So what I'm trying to do here is just get you to learn that material, but in a really subliminal way and using it in actual music, you know, which is what we are aiming for. We're aiming for this stuff to be able to use it on chord sequences, okay? And what I would say is remember as well to look out for the 2-5-1s, the 2-5-1s into the minor, 2-5-1s. You know, look for those common chord sequences and then memorize what you're doing over them. It'll be a big deal. It'll be a game changer, okay? So now we've looked at, in this lesson, we've looked at getting that 4 feel, okay? Just playing the roots, just listening to the drums, how that sounds with the hi-hat on beats 2 and 4. The ride cymbal, playing those triplet patterns, okay? We've also looked at using roots and fifths and how you can create a great walking bass line. Oh. Just using roots and fifths. Then we're using roots, thirds and fifths. Then we were using roots, thirds and fifths and displacing the third as well. Third, 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 third. Third. Okay, there's a lot of mileage you can go a long way with using exercises like that. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to look at adding chromatic notes in. What you would probably, if you imagined somebody, what they'd think if you said, "What's a walking bass line?" They'd probably think, you know, that kind of thing. They probably wouldn't think of outlining the chords, which is what you need to do. But in the next lesson, we're going to look at adding in the chromatic lines to make what we're doing a little smoother. Okay guys, so in this lesson we're going to look at adding in chromatics into the stuff that we've been doing so far, okay? And that's going to give us a really typical sounding walking bass line. I'm going to be sharing a few concepts in this lesson, and once you've done it, you will have a really solid idea of how to create that real typical sounding walking bass line with chromatics in. But remember that this is only one concept and definitely should be used with the other things that we're going to be talking about in this course as well. The different vocabulary, standard vocabulary that you're going to have, so over 2-5-1s and over dominants and over minor chords. You can use all of that stuff as well in the future lessons over this sequence as well, okay? But what we're going to be talking about in this sequence is the chromatic approach tone idea, okay? Again, the chromatic approach tone idea or concept. Concept, it just sounds a bit more fancy, doesn't it? Chromatic approach tone concept. Anyway, so just to get used to it, we're going to look at the first 8 bars, okay? 2, 5, 1, 4, and then a 2, 5, 1 into G minor, okay? And we're just simply going to play root, 3rd, 5th, and then a rest for the 4th beat. So we're going to play 3 notes for each bar, each measure, and then on that 4th note, we're just going to have a rest, okay? So let's just go around the first 8 bars, okay? Rest. 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 Okay, slow that down for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Root, 3rd, 5th, rest to the F. Root, 3rd, 5th, rest. 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 Okay, so that's what you're doing for the 3 notes of the bar. Now we need to come up with another note to put in where the rest is, okay? So we need to put another note in there that joins us to this chord here, okay? And so forth through on. So we can play root, 3rd, 5th, and then we're going to add a note in, which will take us to this bar, then root, 3rd, 5th, add a note in, which will take us to this bar, and so forth, okay? Now the note that we add in is a chromatic tone, chromatic note above the root that we're moving to, okay? So a chromatic tone above the root that we're moving to. So in this instance, we're going to play root, 3rd, 5th on the C minor. We go into the F, which is there, okay? Root, 3rd, 5th. We need to come up with this note. We're going to play the chromatic note above the root that we're moving to, which is the F. So we're going to use an F sharp, okay, or a G flat. Root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic note above F, and then again, root, 3rd, 5th. So that's on the F. Root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic note above the B flat, moving to the B flat, okay? So you get, can you see what's happening? Root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic note above the F, moving to the F, 3rd, 5th, chromatic note above the B flat, which is the B, then root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic note above the E flat, which is the E, root, 3rd, 5th, okay? So that was the first 4 bars. Let's look at how that sounds. Okay, great sounding walking bass line. Great sounding solo line. Okay, now let's look here. At the E flat, we have a little problem because if we play root, 3rd, 5th, we want to play a chromatic note above, moving to the A, but we're already a semitone above the A, so there's no note in between the B flat and the A. There's no note that we can use. We could play the 5th twice, so we could play and then land on the A, but I want to really stick to the concept that we're using of root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic, root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic, root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic, right? So all we do is instead of using a chromatic note above this root, the A, we use a chromatic note below the root, okay? So it would be root, 3rd, 5th, so that's on the E flat, right? Root, 3rd, 5th, chromatic below the A, moving to the A, okay? And that's how that sounds. Root, 3rd, 5th, okay? Root, 3rd, 5th on the A minor 7 flat 5. And then we have the same issue happen again. Root, 3rd, 5th on the A minor 7 flat 5. We want to go to a D, but we want to use a chromatic note to go to that D, We could play the E flat twice, but again, we want to stick to the root, third, fifth chromatic note concept. So what we're going to do is again take from the chromatic note below the D. Okay, moving to that D. Root, third, fifth, chromatic note to the D. Root, third, 5, chromatic note below the D, moving to the D. Great line that, isn't it? So jazzy. Okay, so let's get it up to this point, okay? So C minor, root, third, fifth, chromatic, root, third, fifth, chromatic above, root, third, fifth, chromatic above, root, third, fifth, chromatic below, root, third, fifth, chromatic below, root, third, fifth, chromatic above, root, third, fifth, chromatic above, root, third, fifth, chromatic above to the C minor again. So that was all around the 8 bars, okay? So when you get down to this D, you can play root, third, fifth, and then chromatic note above the G, and then root, third, fifth, chromatic note below, above, root, third, fifth, okay? So let's speed that up so you can hear what it sounds like. Oh, to keep it consistent, okay? Root, third, fifth, chromatic note. That time I used root, third, fifth, chromatic note below on every single one. Root, third, fifth, chromatic note below, 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 root, and that sounds like. Again, great walking bass line. I prefer the sound of that, the chromatic note above when it leads to that chord, instead of, you know, but it's definitely a usable thing. It's definitely something you can use, and you should have it in you should have both in your bag of what you're doing, okay? So go through this sequence using that concept, okay? Let's do that, and then when we get to here, I'm going to show you a couple of different things that you can do using this same concept, okay? So from the top. Okay, I'll just stop there. Let's go back to this, because this is when you get 2 chords a bar, like this, or 2 chords per measure. Okay, G minor to C minor to the F minor to the B flat. Here we've got 2 chords per bar. We can have real fun with this, okay? So first of all, find where the roots are, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? That's where the roots are, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they're in a few different places. Now, what you can do is you can play either, like we did in the last lesson, we were playing the fifths. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that was just the fifths. Root, fifth, root, fifth, root, fifth, root, fifth. Okay. Root, fifth, root, fifth. Okay. Or you can play root third, root third. Or a mix of the two. Oh, wait a minute. On the G minor. That was a mix of the two. But in this case, when we're looking at chromatic notes, it becomes super fun because we can use both the chromatic note above, moving to the root, or below. So you'd play the G, and we're moving to that C, so we could play the chromatic note above C, so above F, above B flat, above E flat. Okay, so we get this line. And in context, if I go from the A minor here, it's going to sound great. And then hit the E flat, okay? That was just all chromatic notes above. So G, chromatic note above the C to the C, chromatic note above the C to the F, the F to the F, chromatic note above the B flat to the B, to the E flat even. And then we can do chromatic notes below. So instead of, we can have, so we're playing the G, chromatic note below the C to the C, chromatic note below the F to the F, chromatic note below the B flat to the B flat, chromatic note above the E flat to the E flat, okay? And these passing chords, these passing chromatics aren't in the chord. They're not within the G minor, they're not within the C minor, they're not within, but it works because it's a chromatic push, it's tension and release between the two chords. Okay, and then the other thing you can do is mix them up. So you could do chromatic note above leading to the C, chromatic note below leading to the F, chromatic note above leading to the B flat, chromatic note below leading to the E flat. You can do this a ton of different ways, right? So that's a great line. Great solo line as well. All of this stuff can be used in solos, okay, when you're going round chords just like this. And again, you can use it here, okay? Whenever you see these 2 chords per bar, you can either play root 5, and then land, or root third, and land, or a mix of the two, root 5, root third, and then land, or you can use what we just talked about, root, chromatic note above, root, chromatic note above, to where you're landing on the G minor, or chromatic notes below as well. So there's a ton of stuff you can do with this, guys, but go through this lesson, okay? Remember, root third, fifth, chromatic, root third, fifth, chromatic. And when you're working on it, work out whether you want to be using the chromatic note above or below, and then experiment with using both as well. And make sure you nail down these sections here, the last six bar 6 and 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, if you rewind to bar 6 and 7, the last 6th and 7th bars. What am I trying to even describe? These 2 bars here, okay? Make sure you can go around these 2 bars using the concepts and these 2 bars as well, okay? And for fun, you could double up as well, you know, instead of going, you know. Okay, all of that stuff is exactly what we've been covering here. It's the same stuff, guys. Walking bass, soloing, it all comes back to the same stuff. Knowing how to use these chord tones and chromatic notes on the fingerboard. Okay, in this lesson, we're going to talk about 2-5-1 vocabulary, okay? And So first of all, what is vocabulary? Well, vocabulary is where you're in a certain situation and you have some stock vocabulary memorized that you can use in that particular situation. Okay, so when you see a 2-5-1, you're not thinking, okay, root, minor third, fifth, chromatic, root, you know, like doing that. It's great, like what we've covered up to now, especially with the root, minor third, or the root third, 5, chromatic, is one concept. But you can't use that one concept all the time because it will just sound, people will be able to hear that. Do da ya da da do da di da da do do da da. Okay, so what you're going to need to do is come up with different types of lines as well as what we've talked about to throw in the mix. So I think it's really important that you start to memorize 2-5-1 vocabulary. Like you can use, you can memorize other types of vocabulary. For instance, a 4. The 1 move into a 4, but I want to concentrate this lesson on particularly the 2-5-1. We're going to be doing major and minor, just so you've got a few different ways, okay, of being able to take care of business on that particular chord sequence, okay? And specifically, we'll be talking about it in B flat major here, but as we've talked about in this course so far, you can transpose that to any different key and use the exact same fingering. That's the bonus we have as bass players, okay? So the first one, if we have the C minor to the F7 to the B flat major, okay? The first one I ever learned, and it's a really great one, it's super easy to play, is you play the root of the C, and then you play 4 chromatic notes up to the F. And then you do the same thing to the B flat. How easy is that? Super easy, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. And then you land on the B flat, okay? It's a really easy one. You can do it down here. And it sounds great. Root, third, fifth, chromatic. Root, third, fifth, chromatic, root. Okay, it's you can go from that into the other concepts that we've been talking about. There it is again. And you can even carry it on and do it up to the E flat. So you could just play across four notes on each string. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And that takes us all the way to the E flat. But we're just looking at the 2-5-1, okay? So that's your first version, your first bit of vocab to memorize, okay? Super easy. You could alter it and go. That's equally as usable as well. So you go from the C up to the F, and when you hit that F, you go down, root, flat 7, 6, 5, and then you hit that B flat, okay? So that's version 1, and then an alteration of version 1. So make sure you memorize that, okay? And again, we're going to be looking at the minor 2-5-1s in a bit. First of all, we're concentrating on the major 2-5-1. So you can't use the same fingering on a minor 2-5-1 as you can on a major 2-5-1 because they're different chords, okay? So again, and, okay? So that's the first version with an alteration for the second one. The next one is a really great line because we're going to go up the C minor 7 arpeggio and do a chromatic passing tone to the third of the F7. It sounds great. Okay. So you're hitting the third of the F7 on beat 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. The actual, this example sounds like this in real time. 2, 3, 4. Okay, and it also lands on the third of the B flat as well. Let's break that down so you can see what it looks like. So you go up the C minor arpeggio, chromatic passing tone to the third of the F. So see how the same thing's repeating itself. Chromatic passing tones leading to the root, leading to the third, leading to the fifth, leading to the seventh. We can do that. So again, let's look at this exercise or example. So when you get to the third of the F, you play the third, the fifth, the flat seven. Okay, so it's just the arpeggio here. And then a chromatic note below the third of the B flat, and then land on the B flat. And then you can just... Okay, carry on. So the first one. There was an altered version of that. Or an alternate version, not an altered version. Then we've got the second example, moving to the major third of the F. And then it resolves on the third of the B flat as well. And all of these are great solo lines as well, guys. That's that one. Oh. Okay, these are all great solo lines as well. So we've covered two different versions there, okay? Now, if you'll notice, each of those started on the little finger, and this is a really cool little trick for you, okay? When you're playing a major 2-5-1, generally you want to be starting the major 2-5-1 on your first finger or your fourth finger. Rock! First finger or fourth finger. These two that we've covered start on the little finger. And now we're going to cover the ones that start on the first finger, okay? So let's look at two first finger examples, okay? In fact, we're going to look at one first finger example and then one descending fourth finger example. That's really important as well. Okay, so here's the first finger. Okay, so we start on the first finger. Again. C, D, E flat, E, F, G, A, C, B flat, okay? Root, second, minor third, chromatic passing note, moving to the F, second, third, fifth, and then the B flat, okay? And again, you could carry on from there. Okay. So that starts on the first finger. So we did one starting on the little finger. Then we did another one starting on the little finger. Then we did one starting on the first finger. And then let's do another one starting on the first finger as well, actually. And this is another one where we're going to transition. Instead of hitting the root on beat 1 of F7, we're going to hit the third. And this will be root, minor third, fifth, 7, descending to the third of the F7. And then down to the third of the B flat. Okay, let's break that down. It's going to sound like this. Okay, let's break that down. So you're just going up the C minor arpeggio, C, E flat, G, B flat, down to the third of the F, second, root, flat 7, and the third. But don't get me wrong, guys, I'm not thinking this while I'm playing. I've just learnt the line. Great solo line as well. Okay, so let's break it down to that point, okay? We've got 4 shapes, or 4 lines that we've learnt to this point. 2 starting on the little finger and then 2 starting on the first finger. And then I'm going to add a 5th one in as a descending pattern. So the first one that we looked at was here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. The second one. 1, 2, 3. That was the 2 on the little finger. Now, the first finger. Next one. 4. Okay, so we've got 4. Now, if you notice and think about all these lines, most of them are actually beginning ascending. It ascends for the most part. Again, for the most part, it ascends. Next one. That kind of ascends and then descends. And one thing I hear bass players do is every time they start a line, a walking line, it goes up. Okay, so let's throw in a 5th pattern, okay, which is starting on our little finger and is going to sound like this, and it's descending. It's a beautiful line. Okay. Okay, so we start with the root. Root, flat 7, 5, chromatic note, move into the F, flat 7, 6, 5, B flat, the root. So there we have 5 patterns, okay? Okay, great lines, okay? Learn them lines, memorize them, practice them in different keys. E minor. What we could do in all of them in E minor. The fingering stays the same. It's just the position on the fretboard that moves. And obviously I'm playing them quite fast there as well. You should be. Gives you plenty of time to think about it, okay? So memorize those lines, okay? 5 of them. Now, let's look at the minor 2-5 ones, okay? So same thing, we're going to memorize some lines over the minor 2-5-1. You can't really... I don't really particularly like that line, so I'm going to miss that line out, okay? The first line that we're going to learn over the minor 2-5-1, obviously it's in G minor, is very similar to this line. So we're going to play. Okay, so here we go. This is what it sounds like. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's starting on the first finger, okay? Again. 2, 3, 4. Let's break that down. Root, minor third, root, flat second, flat third, go into a chromatic note, move into the root, okay? Okay. To the root of the D. Now when you hit that root, flat 9, 3, 5, and then descend into the G, okay? That's a great line, again, great solo line. Two, 3, 4. And onwards, okay, so. Memorize that line. It starts on the first finger. Okay. Now we did this for the third pattern that we did, the fourth pattern that we did on the major 2-5s. There's a similar one here for the minor 2-5s. So start on the root, and we just go up the entire arpeggio. Root, minor third, flat 5, 7, flat 7. Move into the third of the D. Okay, so root, flat third, flat 5, flat 7 to the D. The third of the D, sorry. Third of the D, flat 9, root, flat 7, minor third of the G minor. So you're actually landing on the minor third of that G minor. Same as we did here with this pattern. Okay, up the minor arpeggio, A, C, E flat, G to the F sharp, E flat, D, C, B flat, root, minor third, flat 5, flat 7, major third, flat 9, root, flat 7, minor third. Okay, notice how I'm using those as solo lines as well. Okay. Okay, so that's two lines that we've learnt over the minor 2-5-1. One starting on the first finger, the next one starting on the first finger as well. Okay, now let's look at the difference between the minor 2-5-1 and the major 2-5-1 is that generally I wouldn't recommend starting the A minor 7 flat 5 on the little finger. You can because it's there, but it's a bit of a stretch. Okay, so I really like to hit that minor 2-5-1 with the third finger or the first or third. Okay, when it comes to minor 2-5-1s. So let's start this pattern, the next pattern, the third pattern on the third finger, and we're going to play. Oh, that's a great line. Again a great line. Great solo line too. So we start on the root, minor third, flat 5, chromatic note move into the third of the D, 5, flat 7, flat 9. That's good, and then it resolves to the 5th of the G. That's the first time we've ever done that over all the vocabs that we've been looking at. Okay, again. Root, flat 3, flat 5, chromatic note move into the third of the D, 5, flat 7, flat 9, and then resolves to the 5th of the G. Okay, I'll start from the top and then just slip that line in so you can hear how great it is. Okay, I used 2 there actually. Okay, so the first one. 2, 3. Second one. 2, 3. Third one. And just as we did with the major 2-5-1s, we need a descending one as well, because we can't always be ascending. Okay, we need some going down as well. So here's a great descending pattern, okay? Okay, here we go. So root, flat 7, flat 5, chromatic note leading to the root of the D, flat 7, flat 7, 6, 5, root. It's hard thinking like this while I'm playing it. Okay, again, root, flat 7, flat 5, chromatic note leading to the root, flat 7, 6, 5, root. Okay, so we've had 5 major 2-5-1s and 4 minor 2-5-1s. Okay, let's just run through them. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 major 2-5-1s. First one. 2, 3, 4. Next one. 2, 3, 4. First finger position. 2, 3, 4. Another first finger position. 2, 3. Descending little finger. 2. Minor 2-5-1, the first example. 2, 3, 4. Next minor 2-5-1, first finger position. 2, 3, 4. Starting third finger position. 3, 4. Descending minor. Okay, so that's 9 different patterns that I want you to memorize, okay? 9 different patterns. Okay, and again, each one of them is a great solo line in itself. You know, each one. So when you're learning these bits of vocab, right, you can use this in your solos as well. We're killing two birds with one stone. We're killing a lot more than two birds with one stone, because you're learning your fingerboard, you're learning your arpeggios, you're learning about chord tones, you're learning about chromatic passing tones, you're learning about how to create walking bass lines, you're learning how to create solo lines. It's a lot of birds with one stone. So guys, go and learn these lines and then use them in different keys as well. Just get used to having them under your finger. Remember, we learned 2 major 2-5-1s with the little finger, 2 major 2-5-1s with the first finger, and then we did the descending pattern for the major 2-5-1 with the little finger. Then the minor 2-5-1s, we did 2 from the first finger, 1 from the third finger, and then a descending 1 from the little finger as well. Now, go get in the shed. Okay, in this lesson, I want to talk about more vocabulary, okay? Sometimes we get in a situation where we've got 2 bars, of the same chord. Sometimes even more. Okay, here we've got 2 bars of G minor. Here we've got 2 bars of G minor. You know, in some jazz standards, you've got 2 bars of C major. Well, not just C major, you know, any major chord. Or in some standards, you'll have a dominant chord that might go on for 2 bars or 4 bars or 8 bars. So all of the stuff that we've talked about up to now, root, third, fifth, chromatic, and roots and thirds and stuff like that, great, they're fantastic. But what happens when we get a chord that lasts for instance, let's say 2 bars, okay? Well, this is where vocabulary is absolutely killer, okay? It's super, super cool because you see those 2 bars and you think, great, I've got a few different lines I can plug in on that, okay? That's what you're aiming for. So you don't have to think, okay, oh, what am I doing, okay? So first of all, we're going to be covering the major chords, okay? Or just the major 7th chord. And I'm going to give you one ascending pattern, okay, with an alteration I'll talk about, but essentially one ascending pattern and one descending pattern as well, okay? So here we go. Let's do it on a C major, okay? So here's a C major scale. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, well, 7 notes in an octave, okay? And you can obviously play it down here and up there as well. Now you can play it a whole lot of places, but that's what we're going to be focusing on right now, just around this position, okay? So imagine we had 2 bars of C major, okay? What we're going to do, or just up the scale, it's just going to sound a bit like a scale, right? So what we want to do is add some chromatic notes in, which are just going to give it a bit more flavour, a bit more jazz. Okay, so the first ascending pattern that I want to show you is really simple because it is essentially a C major scale with 1 note added in. Okay, so play the same C major scale. Okay. Now I want you to add in the flat 7 as well. Okay, there you go. That is a great walking bass line. But we'll talk about the descending in a minute, okay? So just ascending. Great walking bass line on a C major, okay, ascending walking line. And the key thing here, guys, is that because we've added in that note, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, it means we hit that C on beat 1. Sounds great. If we just played the C major scale, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. We're going to end up on the D. On the second, or we could go a 1, 2, 3, a 4, a 1, 2, 3, a 4, a 1 on the major 7. Doesn't have as much impact, right? So what we want to be doing is landing on the C on the 1. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and by adding in that flat 7, it means that we're perfectly going to land on that 1 when we want to, okay, on that C when we want to, and it also gives this beautiful chromatic line up to the C as well. Okay, that's your first ascending pattern, okay? A little alteration on that you can use would be C and then to the 3rd, okay, and then up chromatically to the 5th. And then up chromatically to the root. That's a little alteration that I like to use. Okay, here we go. Two, 3, 4. The first one. Second one. 3, 4. The second one, I kind of like that flat 5 to the 5. Just bends the ear a little bit. Okay. So the first one. 2, 3. Second one. Okay, so there's 2 versions. Okay. We started off. I said I was going to show you 1. There's 2. 1 for free. Okay, and again, solo line. Or you can use both as a solo line, okay? So that's a really cool ascending pattern, or 2 really cool ascending patterns. Now let's look at a descending pattern. And this used to drive me crazy, okay? Because the internet wasn't around, there was nobody to learn from when I was learning, so I had to kind of work this out for myself. If you play a major scale just descending, it sounds pretty horrible. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So you hit the F, the 4th of the chord. You hit essentially this sound. on beat 1 of the second bar. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't want to hit that F. Okay, you don't want to hit that F on the first beat of the bar over a C major. Okay, so you use it as a passing tone, yeah, but you don't want it. Don't want that. Okay, here's how we get around it. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So we're putting a sharp 5 or a chromatic note moving to the 5th, whichever way you want to think about it. C, B, A, chromatic note moving to the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, C. Okay, now you hit that 4th still, but it's not on beat 1, it's on beat 2, so it's like it's a passing tone. Okay, and it sounds great. It gives a dee da da do da dee da da da. So let's look at the ascending and the descending. The second ascending and the descending. Okay, so memorize them lines, guys. Really important. Get this in your vocabulary, okay? Okay, let's look at dominant chords. Okay, so dominant chords. The cool thing here, guys, is that the ascending major patterns that we've just looked at, the two of them, they work great over dominants as well, okay? So if it was a C dominant, works great, okay? Again, here's the second pattern. Again, they work great because they've got that flat 7 in there. Root, 2nd, 4th, root, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, flat 7, which is part of the C dominant chord, okay? Major 7 and then resolves to the root. And then the second one, root, 3rd, 4th, chromatic, 5, 6, flat 7, natural 7, C. Okay, same thing, right? So we've learned kind of the ascending patterns that we can use on a dominant chord. You can use stuff like, you know, you can use stuff like that. This is a starting point for you guys, okay? I'm trying to get you prepared, okay? What the name of the course, right? Beginning Jazz Survival Guide. So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole and give you a gazillion patterns that you can use on a dominant. What I'm doing here is I'm covering the stuff that you need to know, okay? The stuff that I've really struggled with, okay? Wish somebody had taught me it. So we've got, for the ascending pattern, for the dominants, we've got 2, okay? And we already know them because we learned it on the major. Now the descending pattern for the major is, for the dominant, the descending pattern for the dominant is super similar. It's super similar to the major, okay? With the major, we played root, we played, okay, so we played root, natural 7, 6, chromatic note leading to the 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and then the root, okay? We do exactly the same thing, but instead of a natural 7, we play a flat 7. So it looks like this. Okay? Sounds great. And again, works great as a solo line. So now we've got ascending and descending. So what I just did there, which sounded really cool, is the same thing that we've just been doing, but instead of going ascending 1 octave and then descending for the octave, I ascended over 2 octaves using the same pattern, okay? Using the same pattern, and then descended 2 octaves using the same pattern. Let me just talk you through that. Okay, I'm just going to play it once more. do it without fluffing it. Okay, so that's 4 bars of a static C dominant chord. All I'm playing is the ascending pattern, then the ascending pattern again, and then when I hit that line, then I descend down the, down the descending pattern that we talked about, and then down the same pattern again. So we've got okay, now let's look at static minor chords. Okay guys, so we've looked at the major, we've looked at the dominant, now let's look at the minor, and you'll be really pleased to know that it is really similar to what we did on the last 2 chords as well. So for instance, let's take a D minor, right? Let's pull it out of the bag. We'll take a D minor. All you do on the way up, so ascending, is you play a D Dorian scale, okay, which is 7 notes in an octave, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 octave, okay. But so we land on a 1, 2, 3, 4, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. We want to be hitting that D on the beat 1. All we do is add a passing note in, which takes us onto that beat 1. So it'll sound ascending like this. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So that top line on the G string, for instance, here, is just a chromatic 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you land on the D. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So let's look at the D Dorian scale. It is D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. But we're adding a C sharp in there as we go up, okay? So here, this is what the walking line sounds like with that extra note added. D, E, F, G, A, B, C, C sharp, D, okay? Cool, so that's it, ascending. Descending, just like the other 2 chords that we've covered, you don't do it exactly the same as when you ascend, okay? And I think that's kind of the sort of like the thing here, is understanding that normally with a scale, you play it the same ascending as you do descending. But with these walking lines, when you descend, you actually walk down differently to when you ascended. So that's a little trick that you've got to get your head around. Okay, so descending down the D is, again, it's based on the D Dorian scale. That's the D Dorian scale. D, C, B, A, G, F, E, D. And just as we did with the last 2 chords, all we do is add in a sharp 5 to that, okay? Okay, so it's descending, D, C, B, that's it, B flat, A, G, F, E, D. Root, flat 7, 6, flat 6, or sharp 5, 5, 4, minor 3, 2, 1. So when you put the 2 together, it sounds like this. Okay, and then you could go down. So when I get down here, that's the same line as there, okay? So we've got, and then down, and then down, using that same, and then back up, and then you can just go round and round that, okay? So here's a cool line for you, just going round and round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. And if you do that, every time you do it, you're going to be landing on that root at exactly the right point, which is at the first beat of the bar. You're not going to land on the root on the 4th beat of the bar, which would be weird. Oh, there we go. Stick to the right line, divine. Okay, just a little one that I often use as well, just to wrap this up, is that line there works really well. So you play a root, 2nd, minor 3rd, major 3rd, 4th, flat 5, 5, okay? And then you can carry that on. So 6 to the flat 7. Okay. Now, what I'm aiming to do is land on this D here at the right moment. But if I carry on and I'll count, what I want to do is land on that D on the 1st beat of the bar. But if I do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 3. So I've landed on it on the wrong beat. Okay. Now, what I can do to that is kind of just add a little dee da 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 into the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Perfect, okay? So that's another cool minor line, okay? The first one, the ascending, the descending. Was that, and the second one now when you hit that D, you can just descend down the same pattern that we talked about previously, adding in that sharp 5. Now that would sound like this. Okay, again, great walking lines. Okay, so the minor, just to recap, we did it ascending, which is the D Dorian, and adding in that passing note to the root. And then descending with the D Dorian again, but with the sharp 5 in there, that passing tone, moving to the natural 5. And then we did a different version of the minor chord ascending, where we actually used a major 3rd in there as a passing tone. And then we put that little dee da dee da da, so we landed on the right beat. And then you can descend down that same pattern that we talked about before. So just to mix them both up, you could do up. We'll call the first ascending pattern pattern 1. We'll call the descending pattern just the descending pattern, and then the second ascending pattern that we use, we'll call that pattern 2. So up pattern 1, down the descending pattern, down the descending pattern, up the ascending pattern 1, down the descending pattern, up the ascending pattern 2, and then down the descending pattern. Okay, you can have a ton of fun with it. Essentially what I do is learn all the different varieties of what I'm showing you, and then just try and create your own walking bass lines from them, okay? I can't stress enough how important it is to not just watch this video, but get the material and then just sit with it, okay, for a few weeks, just messing around with it, coming up with your own lines, okay? It's doing that that's going to make this stuff really seep into your own vocabulary. And also, they're great solo lines as well, you know. Okay, you can use these lines for soloing as well. So get in the shed and check it out. Okay guys, in this lesson we're going to be looking at dead notes or ghost notes. You know, that old okay, I over-egged the pudding there, obviously, and that is something that we all have to go through. You know, when we learn how to do this, everybody's always going, okay, it's just something that happens, you know, so don't worry about, just be aware that, you know, you don't want to overdo it. You want to use the ghost notes sparingly, like you would salt on food, okay? You don't want to just do them all the time. So we're going to use a really simple left-hand pattern, okay? We're going to use the ascending pattern that we used for the dominant chord, okay? So, and then back down as we did the dominant chord. Okay, so we're just going to use that pattern again. Which was that was the ascending over the static dominant, and then the descending. And we're going to concentrate on that pattern, and I'm going to take you through the different ways of creating those ghost notes over that pattern, okay? So the first thing to understand is that it's a triplet feel. It's not this. It's not 1 and 2 and 3, it's swung. So it's not 1 and 2 and it's 1 triplet, 2 triplet, 3 triplet, 4 triplet, 1 triplet, 2 triplet, 3 triplet, 4 triplet, 1 triplet, 2 triplet, 3 triplet, 4 triplet, 1, okay. 1 triplet, 2 triplet, 3 triplet, 4 triplet, 1 triplet, 2 triplet. That's the feel that you're playing with the ghost notes, okay? It's not a straight feel. Now, there's a few different things you can do to actually produce these ghost notes. The first one is taking the ghost note from the string above where you're playing the note. So if you play this C here, okay, the 8th fret of the E string, you're going to get the ghost note from the string above. It's going to sound like this. 2, 3, 4. So we're doing it on every single note, just to drive this technique into our, into our muscle memory. And the way that you get the ghost notes is that you take your fingers slightly off the fingerboard, but your hand is still over. Okay, so you're not going. You're just releasing the pressure of the string, and then the rest of the fingers just lay over the strings, okay, deadening them. Ghost notes, dead notes. And what you want to aim for is to play the notes that you can actually hear with the index finger, okay? These are all played with the index finger. And the ghost notes are played with the middle finger, okay, that rests on the string above. See? All of the fretted notes are played with the index finger. And all of the ghost notes are played with the middle finger. And, you know, start slowly. Then ramp up the speed. Just until you feel comfortable with it. Oh. Okay, so that's taking the ghost note from the string above what you're playing, okay? Equally, you can take it from the string below. Let's do it down here. To facilitate this, okay? So here, you're playing the note with the middle finger. So unlike the last exercise where we played each fretted note with the index finger, this time we're playing it with the middle finger. So it's going to look like this. And then you're going to and you'll see here that these fingers are actually deadening that E string, so it's worth just doing it on one string, one note even to start with, just that C. So you're playing the note with the middle finger, and then with the index finger, that's where you play the ghost note, okay? On the string below the fretted note. Again, let's start really slow, and then we'll build up the speed. Oh. So that was the string below. Now there's another one, third exercise, where you play the dead note, the ghost note, okay, on the actual string that you're fretting the note. And this looks like this. Okay, so that's it just on the C there. And there I'm playing the notes with my index finger again. I'm back to that index first. Index, ghost, index, ghost, index, ghost, index, ghost. And I'm really trying to pronounce that ghost note. I wouldn't generally play like that all the time, but just for these exercises, it's worth trying to play the ghost note louder than the actual fretted note itself, just to really solidify the movement in the hands when you're actually playing. It doesn't have to be like that, but just for these exercises, really try and pronounce that ghost note so you know that you're really, you've not got any ringing strings or anything like that going on below it or above it. So just to recap up until now, we've done 3 different exercises, okay? The first one, we used our index finger to play the notes and took the ghost notes from the string above. Then we did the string below and played each fretted note with our middle finger. Okay, and then we played the ghost notes on the actual string that we're playing on. And again, we're leading with our index finger this time. Okay, and the final one, guys, is where it's a more like an upright technique where you actually pull off the string and bounce onto the next note that you go into. So on the E string here, we're pulling off onto the E string. Harmonically doesn't really work, okay, but it's an effect. Start it slow. Okay, and then speed up from there. So work through the different techniques, okay? It depends on what the line is. Over there, when I was playing, I actually used all of the combinations at one point. And that's why we need to run these exercises to make this absolutely solidified within our technique. Like it's just, it's second thought. It's not a second thought, it's just completely natural. So once you've got these exercises down, the 4 different techniques, then use it so that when you're creating your walking bass lines. My favourite out of the 2 are probably the string below, because it gives a deep sound instead of so that's below, this is above, this is pull-offs, and this is on the string. My least favourite is probably on the string, I would say. I don't know, I'd have to really think about it. And just because the lowest string, this one, is my favourite, doesn't mean that it has to be your favourite, okay? You can find your own favourite. And all of these techniques are really applicable when you're sort of like, Okay, I'm using them all the time, so it's not just for walking bass lines. You can use this stuff all the time. Just something to bear in mind is if it's a walking line, that's when it's going to be swung. If it's a straight line, okay, then it's going to be a bit straighter. So it's worth practicing them both swung and straight just to get a feel for it, and then try and incorporate them within your walking lines and your grooves as well. Okay guys, in this lesson we're going to be talking about Latin rhythms, specifically the bossa nova and the samba, because these are the most common when you're on a jazz gig. Somebody would say, hey, let's do this standard in our instance. Hey, let's do Autumn Leaves. Hey, should we do it in a samba? Or should we do it in a bossa kind of vibe? And when somebody says that, there is a particular type of bass line that you need to be able to play. Now, talking from experience, I ended up on an audition once before I knew any of this. Didn't know how to create walking bass lines, didn't know what a bossa nova was, what a samba was. And in the audition, I actually got the gig, strangely enough. But in the audition, the guy said, hey, let's do, I can't remember what it was, Days of Wine and Roses, but let's do it in a bossa style. And I sheepishly said, what's a bossa? Which to he replied, a bossa nova. And to what I replied, what's a bossa nova? So to save you the same pain and misery that I had to go through, we're going to talk about, what a bossa and a samba is. So in general, okay, you can take care of both the bossa and the samba with exactly the same style of bass line. The first thing to remember is that the bossa or the samba, or, Latin rhythms in general, are a straight feel. They're not swung. It's not 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, okay? It's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So it's a straight feel. So internally, you need that. Okay, that straight feel going on. The cool thing about these bass lines is that in general, you can take care of pretty much everything you need to be able to take care of with just roots and fifths. You can throw in the thirds and the sevenths as you get more adept at playing in this style, but just to start with, you just want to be using roots and fifths. Now let me just play you the bossa nova bass line, and then what we'll do is we'll listen to it over the track. And remember guys, you have all of these tracks accessible to you because you're doing this course, okay? You can just go to the downloads and download them there. Okay, so let's look at just playing over the C minor 7. Let's just forget about the rest of it for now. Let's just think about that C minor 7, okay? We've got a root. Where's the fifth? Well, we've got 2 fifths, okay? We've got a fifth here, and we've got a fifth here, okay? Now, the bossa nova in its simplest form is just this, okay? Root, 5, 5, root, root, 5, 5, root, root, fifth, fifth, root, root, fifth, fifth. That's it, okay? 2, 3, 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 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 4, and 1, and 2, and 3. A bit slower. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 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 2, and 3. Even slower. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 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 1. Okay? So you're just playing root, and 5, 2, and root, 2, and 5, 2, and root, 2, and 5, 2, and root, and 5. Let's go fifth below, and root, 3, and 4, 2, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and Now, if you're a funky style player and you've played a lot of funk, you might do that. But remember that 1 and 2 and 3, that is held on 1 and 2 and 3, okay? Now, when you first go to the 5th, it's not and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3, okay? It's a ba 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 ba. There's a little bit of daylight in between each of those notes. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 1 and 2 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 ba 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 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 3 and 4 and 1. Okay, so get the feel down first. Get the feel down first. We were just doing that over the C, okay? Now we do the same thing over there for the B flat and the E flat, and it'll sound like this, okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 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 and 4 and 1 and 2 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 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 3 and 4 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 1. And then that takes us to the A minor 7 flat 5, okay? But then we carry on, okay, around the sequence, okay? We carry on around the sequence. So that's the bossa nova, guys, in its simplest form, okay? But simple is fine. You're not going to turn up on a gig, play that, and just because you're playing that, people are going to be like, whoa, he's playing too simple. They're not going to do that. They're going to think, wow, he's got it down, he's playing a great bossa, okay? He's got the feel down, and you're taking care of business, okay? The cool thing is that the samba is just a speeded up version of the bossa, bassline wise, okay? It's very similar. Here we go. Actually played a few thirds in there as well. Okay, so get used to that as well, just on one chord. 1, 2, 2, 2. And with both of these, the bossa and the samba, I actually quite kind of like I like the palm muting effect on them for the bossa. Or okay, I like both. Both the palm mute, and you can also use the left hand mute where you just lay those fingers over the actual frets. And in this case, when you're using that technique, you generally use your first finger to fret all of the notes, and just the second, third, and fourth finger to mute the rest of the strings. Takes a little time to get used to. It took me a good few months to get that movement down, just shifting around with the first finger, but it does give a good effect. So now we've talked about what the bossa nova is and the samba is, and we've talked about how to create that feel just on one chord, and then over the actual sequence. Let's hear this in practice over Autumn Leaves with the backing track that you also have access to, okay? The first time round, the bossa, in fact, I'm just going to play it once all the way through the bossa nova, and what you'll hear me do is I'm going to start very traditional to start with, and then I'm going to expand as we go along, okay? And expand by, I'll be using a few thirds and a few sevenths in with the mix as well. Okay, so let's check that out. Expanding. So there I started off really traditionally, and then I expanded. I expanded using the thirds and the fifths added in, and a few chromatic notes as well. But I was using techniques that we have taught, harmonic techniques that we've talked about in this course. Chromatically going up to the third, chromatically going down to the seven. All that stuff was thrown in there, okay? And obviously I broke away from the a little bit, and I ended up going sort of such as breaking away from the rhythm as well and being inventive with it. Super cool stuff. Now, let's hear exactly the same thing with the samba. I'm going to start off really traditional, and then I'll break out harmonically and rhythmically as well. So there you can see that I started off really simple, which is what I want you guys to do, okay? Go round and round the sequence, be able to do it really simply. Then, as you become more confident, try and aim for that, you know. It's taken me years to be able to do that, like that, what I was doing at the end of that, being able to expand on the rhythm, expand on my harmonic movement around the piece. But the key bit of information here, guys, is that harmonically, I'm not really using anything that I haven't talked about in this course up until now, okay? I'm just using chord tones and I'm using chromatic movements into chord tones. I'm not thinking scales, I'm not thinking Dorian or Mixolydian or Ionian, anything like that. There is room for that, but just what you saw there, I wasn't using any of that, okay? And I want you to understand that using chord tones like that and using chromatic notes and being able to use them in that fashion, that's what we're aiming for, okay? We're aiming for that. And then you get your scales and you can layer them on top of that, and that brings another element to what you can use. It's a ton of fun. I absolutely love Latin music, so I really recommend that you go and check out a ton of Latin stuff. If you don't listen to anything except this, okay, go and check out the Michel Camilo Big Band, okay? And I think the album is called One More Once, okay? The Michel Camilo Big Band, One More Once. If it's not called One More Once, the album has that track on called One More Once, okay? It's a white cover. Michel Camilo, he's wearing like a blue suit. It's got a bit of green on there. Anthony Jackson is playing bass. When I heard that album, it changed my life, and hopefully it will do the same for you guys as well. So Michel Camilo, One More Once, the Michel Camilo Big Band with Anthony Jackson on bass, okay? Go check it out. It will blow your mind. Okay, so let's talk about soloing, right? It's something that will crop up when you're playing jazz. You will be called to solo around in this instance, Autumn Leaves or whatever standard you're playing at the time, and it's going to help you if you know how to go at it to get the best result. The first thing I want to point out is what you just heard, okay? was a solo, just a little solo I played around. It was 120 BPM. Again, if you want to give it a go, you've got all the backing tracks in multiple speeds and styles, okay? And all I was really doing over that was using chord tones and some chromatic passing tones, okay? Again, we're using the same information that we use when we're creating our walking bass lines. Same thing, we're using... We're using the same information. There's no trickery around it, okay? No trickery, just using the same thing and a few chromatic notes in that we'll talk about in this workshop actually, okay? So the first thing you need to do when you get into soloing, especially over something like this, is getting used to outlining the chords. Now I mean that as in, if as a listener is listening to you, okay, solo over this piece, they should be able to follow the chords without the rest of the band being there. So I'm going to do a little solo, okay, around, let's say, the first 8 bars of Autumn Leaves, and you'll be able to hear the different chords as I go by. Now, it could be said that all of this is in B flat major, okay, which is true, or G minor, but it's the same key. G minor is obviously the relative minor of B flat major. So you could essentially play just B flat major over the entire thing, which would sound like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but you can't hear any chords, okay? Whereas if I use the chords to outline, so use the chord tones, that was just the first 8 bars. I'm sure you can, appreciate that you can hear the chords going by. Up the C minor to the F7, down to the E flat, A minor 7 flat 5, to the D7, to the G minor, to the G7, to the C minor, to the F7, to the B flat, to the E flat, to the A. Can't do that, running out of strings. You can hear the chords going by. That's why it's so important to know your chord tones. When you first start soloing, what I'd really recommend is just instead of going at it all over the fingerboard, try and pick a certain area and work on it. And for this workshop, we're going to be looking at this area here, right, okay? And we're going to get used to playing the arpeggios, ascending and descending, okay, around this first bar sequence, and then you can take it through the rest of the sequence, right? So first of all, let's look at ascending, and I just want you to play quarter notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, again, 2, 3, 4, C minor, F dominant, B flat major 7, E flat major 7, A minor 7 flat 5, D7, G minor, G dominant. Okay, so that's exercise 1. Exercise 2, let's flip that around and play it from the 7th descending, okay? So from the 7th of the C minor, we're going to descend down the arpeggio. From the 7th of the F7, we're going to descend down the arpeggio. From the, you've got it, 7 of the B flat major and onwards, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. And again. Remember to take it around the entire piece, and when you get down to here, what do? You double up. Last bar. Okay, so you just double up. When you get to the bars that have 2 in, double up. Okay, so we've done it ascending. Descending. We're just really solidifying where the arpeggios are in this area of the neck, right? Okay, now a little bit faster. Let's get that brain working. And onwards, okay? You can speed it up, take it to where you're comfortable at it with it. And if you're not anywhere near that, don't worry. Just slow it down. When you're playing a solo, 2, 3, 4. There's no technique here. Simple. Okay, there's no technique, I'm not burning or anything like that. That's the cool thing about this, you can play really simply and get a great sounding line, okay? Now, we've gone up the arpeggios, okay? Then we descended from the 7th down the arpeggios. Now let's do both. So we ascend up the C minor, then descend down the F7 from the 7th, okay? Not the root, descend from the 7th. Ascend up the B flat, descend from the 7th down the E flat and onwards, okay? Round the entire piece, remember. I'm only showing you the first 8 bars. I want you guys to go round the entire piece. Double up when you get to here, okay? Here we go. Ascending. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, now it was a little disjointed, that exercise, and it's because you're going up and then you're jumping down here. It can be a lot smoother, and this is where we get into voice leading, which is really important, where you play a line and then you move to the next available note from the next chord, okay? And this is what this next exercise is going to bring into play. So what we're going to do is go up the minor 7, okay? And then play the 3rd and descend down the F7, but from the 3rd of the F7. Again, up the C minor 7 from the root, and then descend down the F7 from the 3rd. Ascend up the B flat major 7th, and then descend down the E flat major 7th from the 3rd. It's going to sound like this. Up the C minor, and then to the 3rd of the F7, and you can hear how the voice leading is just much more smoother. Up to the 7, to the 3rd of the dominant, and then down, then to the B flat and up, 2, 3, 4 to the 3rd of the E flat, down the arpeggio, to the A minor 7 flat 5, to the 3rd of the D flat 9. Okay, or we could to the, okay, so I'll just do it again. Okay, so, and then up the G minor, and then you could go to the, actually just let's keep the formula the same. Let's go up the minor and then to the 3rd of the G7 going down, up the minor, G minor, then jump to the 3rd. The voice isn't as smooth there, but I wanted to keep the formula the same all the way through. So up one arpeggio to the 3rd of the next one and then descend, okay? But you're not descending right to the bottom of the arpeggio, you're just descending 4 notes. It's 4 notes on each chord, okay? It's going to sound like this. 1, 2, 3. E flat. A minor 7 flat 5 to the D7 flat 9 to the G minor up the C minor. You can do this if you want. Down the F7, up the B flat, down the E flat from the 3rds, remember. Up the A minor 7 flat 5 to the D7 to the G minor to the G7. Ran out of notes. Okay, great exercise. If you want, just keep it in this area because this is the area that we really want to be getting, you know, super focused on. Again, so we're going to go. Here's what it sounds like. Just sped up a bit. And again, a bit faster. Bit of swing in there. Can you hear how that's a great solo line in itself? 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Great solo line in itself, and this is how solo lines are built, by using voice leading like that. That's C minor, result of the 3rd of the F. That's just a little line around that first 4 bars. Okay, just a little voice leadings like that. Don't think of another one that I use. Just a little voice lead. Look for the note to move to. You could do the fifth. Okay, there I'm just going from the 7 of the C minor to the F7, the 5th of the F, and then to the F, D flat, to the 5th of the D, and then to the 5th of the G7. So it's, you know, mess around with stuff like this. Now, what I want you to do now, okay, is just play that backing track, play the exercises that we've talked about around the track, okay? And then what I want you to do, guys, is I want you to pre-compose a solo around this sequence, okay? I want you to pre-compose it. I don't want you to improvise yet. I want you to pre-compose that solo, okay? One chorus. I don't want any licks in there, any tearing around. I just want you to pre-compose a really nice solo around this chord progression, once around the head, okay? This is the head. Once around this chord progression. And what you're going to find is, a really great player told me, I think I've mentioned it once in this course before, Zoltan Dekany, who I studied with for a little bit. He said, if you can't pre-compose it, you're never going to be able to improvise it. Okay, you're never going to be able to improvise if you can't actually just come up with a great version that you've composed. So what I want you to do is pre-compose it using chord tones only, okay? You can have chromatic notes in. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. You can have chromatic notes in, but really just aim for the chord tones and moving through the arpeggios. Okay, using those arpeggios, pre-compose it, and then for the second chorus, okay, that's when I want you ting, a little ting, that was an idea in my head, I don't know if you could hear that, okay. So pre-compose the first chorus, a full solo, really no tearing though, just real simple, okay, you can choose your tempo, maybe start slow, 120 BPM's a nice tempo, maybe go a little bit slower than that if you need to. Pre-compose that first chorus, okay? And then the second chorus, that's when I want you to try and improvise, okay? On the second chorus. It's going to feel weird to start with, but what I want you to do is that pre-composed solo to start with, okay? That's going to give you an idea of what it feels like to play a solo, what it feels like to get away from just playing a walking bass line or to play a groove, okay? It's going to get you into playing actual, you know, a soloistic type of vibe over a tune like this. Pre-compose that solo, and then for the second chorus, I want you to try and improvise, okay? Just using chord tones. Just using chord tones. Now, to pre-compose something over this, depending on where your level is, it might take you a week. It might take you a month. It's worth putting the work in, guys. It's worth putting the work in, and then try and improvise in this area as well. Concentrate on this area. Okay, we've gone through the ascending arpeggios. We've gone through the descending arpeggios from the sevenths. Okay, we've mixed them up and gone up one and down the other. And then we've got into voice leading by going up the arpeggios and to the third of the next chord and down. Up the arpeggio to the third of the next chord and then down. Okay, you've got all the information that you need to be able to solo over this piece now, but what you're probably lacking is experience, okay? So this is what I'm going to try to give you now. By pre-composing the solo, then you can take that solo and try and improvise the second chorus. So pre-compose the first chorus, second chorus, try and improvise, okay? Take it easy on yourself. Take it easy on yourself. It's a big learning curve, okay? It took me a long time to be able to, you know, improvise over a tune like this. Once you've learned how to, you know, play over a tune like this, it becomes a lot easier when you move it to other tunes. But it's the first step to get into it, okay? Now, I did mention chromatic notes, and you can use these. It's a little bit more of an advanced technique, but it's cool. It's cool. So I'm going to mention it because I think it's worth the, when you're pre-composing your solo, it might make it a little bit more fun, okay? So you've got your chord tones. Okay, you've got your chord tones and you know them inside out. What you can do is chromatic runs into notes, okay? So you could, for instance, instead of just going boo boo da dee on the C minor, you could play boo doo da dee, boo doo doo ba dee. So I'm just doing a little chromatic run of 3 notes. 1, 2, 3, boom boom ba dee. You could use the same technique, moving to the third of the F7. Boo 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 doo da dee, da dee da dee da dee. Same thing, okay? Boo 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 da dee, da dee da dee da dee. Boo 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 ba dee da dee dee da. That was a chromatic run of 3 going down to the third of the E flat. Okay? Boo boo doo da dee, ba dee da dee. Boo doo boo da dee dee da dee da doo. Okay, great solo lines, right? Another thing that you can do, and you can do that, you can do a chromatic run into a root, into a third, into a fifth, down to a root, down to a third. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can. It's worth experimenting with. Down to a 7 you can, Another thing you can do is what's called an enclosure, where you enclose a note with a semitone either side. So let's take the C minor. Okay? Let's play a semitone either side of each note within that arpeggio. There's the arpeggio. So you play a semitone above, a semitone below, and then you hit the chord tone. So the root, then the minor third, then the fifth, then the 7. Okay? Root, third, fifth, flat 7. Okay? And you don't have to do it throughout the chord, you could just do it on one note. So you could, on the C minor, you could do it just on the fifth. And that gets us to the major third of the F. So what I did there is, I mixed two concepts. I did an enclosure on the fifth. Play the 7 of the C minor. And then a chromatic run up to the third of the F. Again, that was a chromatic note run up to the major third of the B flat. Chromatic note run down to the E flat, the third of E flat. You getting this? It's really cool, right? Look for them chromatic notes that you can use to run into that next chord. Look for the enclosures as well. You can get over the F7. Oh, so there I went down the 2, 3, 4, 1. Down the C minor from the 7, and you've learnt it because we did it in the exercises. Descending from the flat 7. Now I went So as I'm enclosing the root of the F7, then enclosing the third. I can't remember what I played at the end of it. Anyway, but actually I just went up the F7 arpeggio. Third, 5, flat 7, root, and then to the third of the B flat, okay? So, great solo line. So there's two versions of using chord tones and enclosures, okay, with chromatic notes around just the beginning of this, okay? So first one went which took us to the third of the F7, up the C minor, an enclosure on the fifth. So remember, in enclosure, just the semitone above a chord tone, semitone below the chord tone, then you land on the chord tone. Then up chromatically to the third of the F7. Okay, and the next one is the descending one that we did. So we're going down the C minor from the 7, enclosing the root of the F7, enclosing the third, then just up the F dominant 7, and then to the third of that B flat major, okay? So again, just to run over it, okay? Pre-compose a solo using these techniques: chord tones, voice leading, chromatic runs into the chord tones, and when you're feeling fruity, enclosures around the chord tones, okay? And then for the second chorus, I want you to improvise using the chord tones, okay? You're probably going to, get, your pre-composition will be more complex than the improvisation, obviously, to start with, but it won't always be like that. But guys, if you use this information, it's going to have a huge effect on your soloing and your playing it. Just go do it. Hey guys, so let's talk about intros and endings or outros, okay? Everybody's always super focused on what you're going to play when you get into the tune, but what about getting into the tune and what about ending the tune? And luckily for us, there's some stock intros and stock endings that we can use. And I would say that generally it is spoken about on the gig. So for instance, you're handed a lead sheet, it's Autumn Leaves, or somebody says, hey, let's play Autumn Leaves. At that point, you would say, or someone would say, hey, what we're going to do for the intro, okay? So the first thing that's really popular on Autumn Leaves actually is just, and it's called the last 8. And all they mean is play the last 8. Play the last 8 bars of the form, and then we're into the top, we're into the head, and then the melody will be played by whoever's playing the melody. So if you do hear that, okay, let's play the last 8 as an intro, that's what it means, okay? So it would, in this case, would be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. That's when you're in, okay? So that's one way of doing it. Another very similar way is last 4. See a pattern emerging here? Okay, as it says on the tin, it's just the last 4 bars. It would sound like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Boo-da-dee-da. I'll sing it complete out of key. Do-do-da. Do da da da. So you play the last 4 and then the melody will come in and then you're in at the top of the head, right? The other one that you can use on a ton of different standards, great for Autumn Leaves as well, is what's called pedaling the 5th, okay? You pedal the 5th. It's essentially like a vamp on chord 5, okay? It's a vamp on chord 5. But when somebody says the word pedal, it generally means that in the bass, you're going to play on 2 and 4. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do this in a minute. So if somebody says, hey, let's just sort of like pedal on the 5th, okay, what key's it in first? In B flat major, okay. The 5th is an F7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that gives us the 5th, okay, and we're going to pedal on that. And what that means is that you're going to play an F note on beats 2 and 4. So it would sound like this: a 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then you're in. Okay. Now notice that you could pedal for 4 bars, you could pedal for 8 bars, you could pedal for 16 bars, right? 32 bars. And then a lot of the time it's on cue. And that means when somebody gives the cue, the head's going to happen. Okay, we're going to go into the tune. When you get the cue, what you want to do is play a G7. So you're going to play F7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, on cue. Here we go. Okay, so we go up to the G, which gives us that movement to the 5th. It's that G7 here moving to the 5th. It's that movement. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're in. Okay, and that's a really common one. Okay, so just to go over those, you've got the last 8, you've got the last 4, and you've got a pedal tone as well that you can use for an intro to this type of tune. Another really common one, it's not really that popular on Autumn Leaves. You could do it, okay, but it's more popular for tunes such as, say, like a blues or Take the A Train, a standard, a jazz standard or a song where the first chord is the key, is chord 1, right? And I say a blues, even though like it's a dominant chord, which is chord 1, it's still chord 1, right? So in the case of, let's say, Take the A Train, you've got, okay, so you've got like 2 bars of C major. So the first chord of the entire piece is chord 1. In that case, when you've got a piece like that, a really, really common, now you could do the last 8 or the last 4 or a pedal tone. If it was in the key of C, the pedal tone would obviously be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be G, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. You know, like that. But a really common intro for a jazz standard that starts on the tonic chord on chord 1 is just a 1, 6, 2, 5. Okay, a 1, 6, 2, 5. So in the key of C, it'll be a C major going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to an A minor, to a 2, 1, 2 to a D minor, and then to the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to a G7. Okay, the C major to A minor to D to G. Okay, it's super common, and generally it's 2 chords a bar. 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you're into the tune, okay? So it's just a 1, 6, 2, 5. 2, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, 6, 2, 5, 1, okay? An alternate version of that is a 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 6, 2, 5. Very similar. 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 6, 2, 5. I'm just playing two, like the 2 feel there. But you could play 4. And into the tune on cue. You know, somebody gives the cue. What you could do, and I like to do, is a little pedal tone just before to cue everybody else for when the actual tune's going to start. So what I'll do is I'll play 4 times around the 1, 6, 2, 5. 4 times? Yeah, 4 times. That's the 2nd time, 3rd time, 4th time. And then you're into the tune, whatever the tune is, if it starts on the tonic chord. So if it was a blues, say like a blues in F, okay, you could 2, a 1, a 2, 3, a 4. Is this 1, 6, 2, 5, 1? And then you're into the tune, okay? So generally it's like 4 times or 8 time rounds or 1, 6, 2, 5. And you can do that little pedal tone on the end if you want to cue the rest of the band. It's a great thing to do if you've got that control within the band to use that. So that is the intros. Now let's talk about outros. Now, generally, and this is cool, okay? So in Autumn Leaves, the general thing to do is just to play the last 4 bars, okay? So if we go from here, the B section, then up to the C minor, to the F7, B flat, E flat, minor 2-5 into G minor. Here we go for the last bar. I just repeated it again. Okay, so I just repeated that last line. It's worth noting that when you repeat the last 4, and that's called the last 4 ending, that G7, you don't play the G7, you just play G minor, because the G7 is only for when it's going back to that top to give it that dominant pull, the 5 to the 1, okay, or that 5 to 1 resolution. So when you're playing the last 4 on Autumn Leaves, you just generally play that as G minor and play it round. Another one that I've seen on Autumn Leaves that is popular is actually going back to the pedal. So I'm just going to play the last 8 bars. That's on 2 and 4, right? Okay, I'm going to count that so you can feel where the pulse is there on the bass. Again, last 8 bars. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. That can go on as long as you want. Could be solos on top of it. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Yeah, and you end on the 1 on the G minor. Okay, so again, that's a great outro. Again, so there's the last 2 out. So the 2 outros that we talked about is just the last 4 bars and then that pedal. Okay, just then the pedal. Now, if it was, say for instance, we were talking about Take the A Train, or a blues, or a chord that, not a chord, a tune that starts on the tonic and generally ends on the tonic as well. So imagine if this started on B flat and ended on B flat, or some sort of like turnaround at the end in the key of B flat. Like one of the most popular endings. And let's just do, imagine we were doing like a 1 6 2 5. Yeah, 1 6 2 5 3 6 2 5 1 6 2 5. That's a really, really popular ending. Cheesy as it is, it's a super popular ending. It's really worth learning that. It's just, that's the major. Okay, so. And then the descending pattern. I like that one as well. Or, okay. Again, the first one. Yeah. And then the last one. Okay, so root to flat 7 to 6 to flat 6 to 5, and then down. That's you really kind of like point at the G7 there. If we're in the key of C, root 5, root, tonic, Okay, two great endings, really regularly used as well. So again, for the outros there, we've talked about the last four. We talked about going back down to the pedal, and then we also talked about the old or the. That wouldn't be generally used here because it's not set up for it, okay? We've not got a B flat, we've got a G minor, goes to the C minor, but on a tune like a blues that starts on that one chord, okay? It ends on that one chord. Or do da da do boo do do da. Okay, when I play that, you can obviously play it from the root there as well. That's all straight. Boo da dee dee boo da dee dee. But you can push it. Boo ba dee dee doo ba dee dee. Okay, if you're watching this, check out the blues course as well, because we talk about intros and outros in that blues course here in Scott's Bass Lessons. So check that out as well. That can be, you can see me doing it with a band, and it's a lot of fun. Hey guys, so I just wanted to put this quick lesson together because when I was getting into jazz, I heard some like terminology that I didn't really understand, and there was really, thinking about it, 6 things that kind of tripped me up. So I just thought I'd go through them 6 things now, and so you'd have to go through the same thing. The first thing is the head. What does it mean when somebody says, hey, you take the head, okay? Or who wants to take the head? It means who wants to play the melody, okay? Who wants to play the melody? Or you could say, let's play the head. And that would mean, let's play the tune. Okay, so it either means kind of 2 things. If it says, do you want to take the head? It means, do you want to play the melody? Or in the case of somebody saying, hey, back to the head, it means back to the tune, back to the melody, okay? So remember, there's 2 things. Do you want to play the head? Do you want to play the head? Okay, that means, do you want to play the melody? Or if you're playing and somebody's saying back to the head, it means back to the top of the tune, okay? Back to the top of the tune. So in the case of So What by Miles Davis, the bass generally plays the head, right? Form. So when somebody says the word form, it's kind of self-explanatory, but I used to get mixed up about it. It means the form of the tune, of the piece itself, okay? Is it an A-B-A-A form, or is it an A-B-C form, okay? Jazz standards aren't generally verse, chorus, bridge, verse, you know, like a pop song. They're generally, you play the head once through, and then you go into the solos, right? So whoever's taking the head, they play the melody, you play the walking bass line or the bossa feel underneath, okay? And you play around the head, around the form, and then it goes into solos. When it goes into solos, if it is not directed otherwise, then everybody solos over that same form, which is, it can be like a 32 bar form or a 12 bar form, or, you know, that type of thing. Fours. When somebody says, do you want to play fours, the best place to hear this in action is when the drummer takes fours. So you could be playing, you know, you're playing Autumn Leaves. Okay, so you're playing Autumn Leaves, somebody's soloing, the sax player is soloing, and then a lot of the time they'll look at the drummer, and by winking, by subliminal messaging, they'll be like, let's do fours, okay? Or they might actually say, let's do fours. This would mean the soloist, whoever it is, could be you, could be the sax player, the soloist does 4 bars, okay? Then the drums do 4 bars. Then the soloist does 4 bars, the drums do 4 bars. So we could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody stops playing in the 4s. Everybody stops playing, the drums take 4, and then you're back in. You know, so and it follows the form. It's not like a 4-bar break for the drums. It's like the drummers, everybody stops playing for 4 bars except the drummer, but the form stays intact, right? You know, we're going to be playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4. Where would the D would be there? The G minor would be there. The G minor would be there. We're in at the top. You know, you don't break from the form just carries on and the drummer plays over and where the form will be, and he'll put hits in where the melody is and stuff like that, right? So that's fours. It doesn't have to be fours with the drummer, it could be the sax player and the trumpet player, or the sax player and the guitar player, or the guitar player and the bass player that are doing fours, and you can also do eights as well. And I've heard the Bill Evans trio do twos. They start with eights, then they do fours, and then they do twos. I think he even does ones. Anyway, a pickup. What's a pickup? A pickup is a pickup into the tune. So for instance, in Autumn Leaves, the pickup is 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it means the melody starts before the chords do. Okay, you've got the form, right? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay, we've got the form. But the melody actually starts a 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a pickup into it, okay? So that could, like talking about the last lesson, hey, how should we start this tune? Let's just go straight in. Sax player can take the head, just play the pickup and we'll join you, okay? Again, I'm just going to say that. Who's going to play this? Who's going to play the head? Hey, sax player, Mr. Sax player, Mrs. Sax player, do you want to play the head? They say, yeah. Okay, you play the pickup and we'll follow you in. Okay, which means there's going to be no intro. They're just going to be, and you need to be in, right? That's what a pickup is. Changes. When somebody talks about the changes, hey, just play the changes. Or what changes are there? You know, or what are the changes? It means what are the chords? What are the chords? That's what they're talking about, the changes. And then finally, double time and double time feel. They're actually two different things. Double time means you speed up the entire piece by double. So if it's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So instead of playing C to F to B flat, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. The chords go by twice as fast. Double time feel is where the chords stay the same duration, but you play twice as many notes essentially. So instead of playing 4 notes a bar, 1, 2, 3, 4, F, 2, 3, 4, B flat, you play C minor, F, B flat, E flat, A minor 7 flat 5, G minor. Okay, you double up the feel of the tune, okay? But it doesn't, so there's a difference. Double time actually doubles up the speed of the tune. Double time feel is where you go into double time feel. You know, you can do this in the middle of a tune just to sort of like give it a bit more punch. You go into double time feel, but the duration of the chords stays the same, and essentially you just play exactly twice as many notes. So instead of walking 4 in a bar, you walk 8 in a bar, and it's twice as fast. So these are the common ones that tripped me up, okay? Look out for them. Look out, you know, you can search this stuff online as well. Look out for those common sort of like phrases like this that are going to trip you up. Make a note of them somewhere. I'm a huge fan of carrying a notebook, and I write everything down in it all the time. Make a note if you hear something that you don't understand. If you don't understand like a bit of terminology like this, make sure that you ask somebody as well. We've got the campus here in Scott's Bass Lessons. Go in there and ask somebody. There's a ton of people that will help you out. Hey guys, so here we are at the end of the course, and hopefully you've absorbed a lot of new information as we've been going through these different lessons. I've written this up here because this is the only way that you're going to really be able to absorb what we've been going through during this course and apply it in real life situations. Okay, it's one thing to watch the lessons, but hopefully if you're watching this one now, you know, the end of the course, hopefully you've been going over those lessons and really getting down each exercise and running with it and getting as much juice out of it as you really can, because it's not, I don't want you to just, go through this course and just get to the end and just think, okay, I understand all that. Okay, understanding is one thing, but being able to do it is a completely different thing. And the stuff that we've been through in this course really has the power to take your bass playing to a completely different level. Get those chord tone exercises, do it down the bottom of the neck, move it up piece by piece, okay, until you can do the first 12 frets. Then you're into the next 12 frets, and then, other than a little bit of a learning curve in terms of where, how to navigate around that area, it's pretty much identical to the first 12 frets anyway. So you've learned so much information, and get these exercises and then try and build on them yourself. Don't just rely on the stuff that I give you. I can give you the material, but you've got to take it, and then it's up to you to take it, learn it, and then find different areas that you want to work with, because that's how you learn. That's really, a teacher can give you the materials, but it's you that's going to teach yourself, After all said and done, it's you doing the work that'll actually, give you the goods to learn this stuff, okay? I can tell you over and over and over again, but until you do the work, it's not going to sink in. So it's down to you to get this material and dig in and do it. And guys, if you do go through this course and you have got to this lesson and you've done the work, okay, well, hopefully you'll be able to reflect over the work that you've done, and you'll be able to feel that not only have you got more fingerboard mastery up and down the neck, but you've also got a greater knowledge of how to use harmony within grooves, within walking bass lines, within bossa novas and sambas and all different types of music, because all of this stuff that we've been working on is applicable to all styles of music, okay? So if you are at that point and you have done all of the exercises and you've milked it for everything you've got, and you've got to this video and you're reflecting now on the work that you've done with a big smile on your face, and you're thinking, Scott was exactly right, I did put in the work in and it has made a huge difference, well, go grab a beer or a coffee, or do whatever you want. And if you haven't put the work in, guys, if you've skipped to the end of the course to hear what this lesson is like, the final lesson, then now it's time to do the work and get stuck in, because it really will make a huge difference to your bass playing. Now, go do it, and I'll see you in the shed.